If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. The rain had been coming down in sheets for hours, a heavy, constant drumming against the windows of my small apartment. I had settled in for the evening, wrapped in a blanket on the couch, watching some mindless movie to drown out the sound of the storm. It was a typical Friday night, the kind where the world outside feels far away, and you're cocooned in your own little bubble of warmth and comfort. But then the knock came. It was so sharp and sudden, cutting through the ambient noise of rain and TV like a blade. I froze for a moment, uncertain if I had actually heard it. Who could be knocking at this hour? It was late, too late for casual visitors, and I wasn't expecting anyone. Then the knock came again. 3 precise raps on the door. I slowly untangled myself from the blanket and rose from the couch. Every instinct in my body told me to ignore it, to just let whoever it was go away. But curiosity got the better of me. I crept to the door, heart pounding, and peered through the peephole. Nothing. No one was there. For a moment, I felt a strange mix of relief and confusion. Maybe it had been a prank? Some kids messing around? I was about to turn away when, from the corner of my eye, I saw a movement. A shadow. Someone was standing just out of view, pressed against the wall near the doorframe, purposely avoiding the peephole's narrow field of vision. My stomach lurched with unease. "Hello," I called out, my voice tight. "Who's there?" Silence. No response. Just the rain, the distant hum of the city, and the sound of my own breathing. I stood frozen for a few moments, my hand hovering over the doorknob. Every rational part of me screamed not to open it, but something about the presence outside, the way they were deliberately hiding, sent a wave of dread through me. I needed to see who it was, to confront whatever was out there. With a shaky breath, I unlocked the door and cracked it open, just a sliver. My heart nearly stopped. Standing there, in the dim light of the hallway, was a man. He was tall, wearing a black raincoat that was soaked through from the downpour outside. But what caught my attention, what made my blood run cold, was the mask he was wearing. It was a plain, white mask, featureless except for the eye holes. His eyes, dark and unreadable, stared back at me from behind the mask. He didn't move. He didn't say a word. I stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do or say. My brain was racing, trying to process what was happening. Who was this man? Why was he here? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he lifted his hand. In it, he held a small piece of paper, neatly folded. He extended it toward me, silently offering it. I didn't know what to do. My body moved on autopilot, reaching out to take the paper from him. The moment my fingers touched it, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows at the end of the hallway. For a long moment, I just stood there, staring after him. Then, slowly, I closed the door, locking it behind me. My hands were trembling as I unfolded the paper. The note was simple, written in neat, slanted handwriting. "I'm watching you." That night, I barely slept. Every creak and groan of the apartment made me jump. I checked the locks on the windows and doors more times than I could count, convinced that the man in the mask was still out there, watching, waiting. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy and disoriented. Sleep had been impossible after the masked man's visit. My mind had raced through a million possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Was it some kind of prank? A sick joke? Or was it something more sinister? I made myself a cup of coffee, trying to shake off the fog of exhaustion. The note he had left sat on the kitchen counter, the words staring back at me like a silent threat. "I'm watching you." What did that even mean? Was he serious? Or was this some bizarre attempt at scaring me? Either way, I couldn't shake the image of him standing there in the rain, completely still, like some kind of eerie statue. The mask he wore, so plain, so expressionless, was burned into my memory. I debated calling the police, but what would I even say? That a man in a mask had knocked on my door, handed me a note, and then disappeared? I had no idea who he was, or if he even meant to harm me. It felt like I would be wasting their time. So, I decided to put it out of my mind, telling myself it was probably just a one-time thing. But the sense of unease lingered. The day dragged on. Every time I passed by a window, I found myself glancing outside, half expecting to see the man standing there, watching me from the street. I went about my usual routine, cleaning up the apartment, answering emails, but everything felt off. My mind was constantly drifting back to the knock on the door, the way he had stood so silently in the hallway. By mid-afternoon, I had convinced myself that I was overreacting. Whoever he was probably long gone by now. Maybe it was just some weirdo pulling a prank. There was no reason to let it ruin my day. But then, as I was about to head out for groceries, something stopped me in my tracks. I reached for my keys on the entryway table and saw it. Another note. My stomach dropped. The paper was identical to the one I had received the night before, neatly folded and placed right where my keys had been. I hadn't noticed it earlier. Had it been there all along, or had someone slipped it in when I wasn't looking? With shaking hands, I opened the note. "I'll be back soon." A wave of nausea hit me. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had been close enough to leave this note without me even noticing. I scanned the room, eyes darting to the windows and the front door. Everything was locked, just as I had left it. How had they gotten in? Suddenly, the apartment felt smaller, suffocating. The walls seemed to close in around me, the silence pressing down. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it have been the landlord? Someone with a key? Or had the man somehow found another way in? I backed away from the table, my heart pounding in my chest. Every instinct told me to get out, to leave the apartment immediately. I grabbed my phone and dialed the landlord, hoping for some kind of explanation. "Hey, it's me. Have you been in my apartment today?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "No," he replied, sounding confused. "Why? Is something wrong?" I hesitated, debating how much to tell him. "I think someone's been inside while I wasn't here." I found a note. I think I'm being watched." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "That's serious. Do you want me to come check the place out? I can be there in an hour." I agreed, though I wasn't sure what he would find. As I hung up the phone, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. There, near the window, was a faint footprint. It was small, barely noticeable, but the sight of it sent a chill down my spine. It hadn't been there the day before. Someone had definitely been inside. I grabbed my jacket and hurried out of the apartment, locking the door behind me. The air outside was cold, but it felt like a relief compared to the stifling atmosphere inside. I needed to clear my head, to get away from the creeping paranoia that had taken hold of me. I wandered aimlessly for a while, walking through the neighborhood streets, my mind racing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced that someone was following me. But every time I turned around, the streets were empty. When I finally returned to the apartment, the landlord was waiting for me at the entrance. "I didn't find anything out of the ordinary," he said, looking concerned. "But if you're feeling unsafe, I can change the locks for you." I nodded, though it did little to calm my nerves. Changing the locks might help, but it wouldn't stop the man from watching. It wouldn't erase the fact that he knew where I lived, that he had already been inside. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound felt amplified. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind playing tricks on me. Was he out there, somewhere in the dark, watching through the windows? Or worse, was he already inside, hidden in the shadows of my apartment? Sleep didn't come easily, and when it finally did, it was restless. In the middle of the night, I jolted awake to the sound of something tapping against the window. My heart raced as I sat up, straining to listen. Tap, tap, tap. It was deliberate, rhythmic. I forced myself to look toward the window, but in the darkness, all I could see was my own reflection staring back at me. The tapping continued. Was it the man? Had he returned, just like the note promised? I fumbled for my phone, heart pounding in my throat. I had to know. I gripped my phone tightly, hands trembling as I hesitated to make a call. Part of me wanted to dial the police, but another part of me was paralyzed by fear. What if they didn't take me seriously? What if they came, found nothing, and then left me alone with whoever was out there? The tapping stopped. I froze, holding my breath as silence filled the room once again. My eyes were glued to the window, waiting for any sign of movement, but all I could see was the faint reflection of myself in the glass. Seconds passed, then minutes. My pulse thundered in my ears, the tension unbearable. Maybe it had been the wind? or just a tree branch brushing against the window. I didn't dare move, my body rigid with fear. Finally, I forced myself to slide out of bed. The floor felt icy beneath my feet as I crept toward the window, heart racing with every step. With a deep breath, I reached out and slowly pulled the curtain aside. The street below was empty, dark, and drenched in rain. No figure stood in the shadows. No masked man lurked outside the building. Relief washed over me for a moment, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. The tapping had been real. I knew it had, but where had it come from? I stepped back from the window, my mind racing. Suddenly, the apartment felt too big, too quiet. Every corner seemed like a hiding place, every shadow a threat. I grabbed my phone, determined to find answers. This couldn't go on. I pulled up the security app on my phone, remembering the small camera I had installed in the living room a few months ago. It wasn't much, just something I'd set up for peace of mind, but it would at least show me if someone had been inside while I slept. My fingers fumbled as I opened the app and scrolled through the night's footage. At first, there was nothing, just hours of stillness. Faint images of the darkened living room, lit only by the occasional flash of headlights from outside. I scrolled faster, skimming through the footage. Then I froze. There, at 3:17 a.m., the screen flickered with movement. A dark figure appeared at the edge of the frame. He was tall, his features indistinct in the low light, but I knew immediately who it was. The man in the mask. He stood near the front door, motionless, as if waiting for something. My heart raced as I watched him step further into the room, his silhouette casting long shadows across the walls. He was inside. He had been in my apartment while I slept. Panic surged through me. The footage showed him moving toward the hallway that led to my bedroom. I watched, horrified, as he paused outside the door, his head tilted slightly as if listening. He stayed there for what felt like an eternity, then slowly turned and disappeared back into the shadows. The screen went black. I dropped my phone, my body trembling with terror. He had been here, just feet away from me, while I slept soundly in my bed. My stomach churned at the thought. How long had he been inside? How had he gotten in without setting off any alarms? And more importantly, what did he want? I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I couldn't. Every creak of the apartment sent my heart racing. Every shadow seemed like him, lurking, waiting. By morning, I was exhausted, my nerves shot. I needed help. I needed someone to believe me. So, I made the call I had been dreading. I called the police. They arrived within the hour, 2 officers in uniform, their faces a mix of concern and skepticism. I explained everything, the notes, the masked man, the footage. They listened patiently, nodding as I spoke, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. To them, it probably sounded like a bad dream or a prank gone too far. "We'll file a report," one of them said, glancing around the apartment. "But without any concrete evidence, there's not much we can do. Do you have any enemies? Anyone who might want to scare you?" "No," I replied, frustration creeping into my voice. "I don't know who this person is. I've never seen them before." The officers exchanged a look before one of them spoke again. "We'll increase patrols in the area. In the meantime, make sure all your doors and windows are secure. If you see anything suspicious, call us right away." It wasn't much comfort, but it was something. After they left, I felt more alone than ever. The apartment, once a place of comfort and safety, now felt like a prison. Every locked door and window seemed fragile, easily breached by whoever was out there. The thought of staying here another night filled me with dread. I spent the day calling locksmiths, getting new locks installed, and purchasing a few more security cameras. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that he would come back. The man in the mask wasn't done with me. That night, I sat on the couch, my eyes glued to the front door. The security cameras were set up, the locks were new, but none of it mattered. I knew, deep down, that he could get in if he wanted to. He had proven that already. Midnight came and went. The storm from the night before had passed, leaving the air eerily still. I could hear every tiny sound in the apartment. The hum of the fridge, the creak of the floorboards, the soft rustle of the curtains in the breeze. And then it happened. A soft knock on the door. 3 slow, deliberate raps. My heart stopped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Tap, tap, tap. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent. I stood up slowly, my legs trembling. I moved toward the door, barely able to think. My mind was screaming at me not to open it, but my body acted on its own. I had to see him. I had to know if he was really there. With a shaking hand, I reached for the doorknob and opened the door just a crack. There he was, the man in the mask, standing there just like the first time, drenched in rain. But this time, he wasn't holding a note. He just stood there, silent, staring at me through the empty eye holes of the mask. And then he spoke. "I told you I'd be back." His voice was a low rasp, like gravel grinding underfoot, and it sent a chill through me. I had expected the same eerie silence as before, but hearing him speak was far worse. It made everything more real. I froze, my hands still gripping the edge of the door, unsure of what to do next. Every instinct told me to slam it shut, to run, but I couldn't move. His words hung in the air, heavy with menace. He stepped closer, and my breath caught in my throat. "Why are you doing this?" I managed to stammer, barely recognizing my own voice, shaking with fear. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he tilted his head, observing me with those hollow eye sockets. It was unnerving, standing just inches away from him, not knowing what lay behind that mask. I wondered for a moment if he even had a face under there, or if the mask itself was all he was. "You shouldn't have ignored me," he finally said, his tone quiet but filled with something dark. "I don't like being ignored." A surge of panic washed over me. Ignored him? My mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. The notes, the footage of him in my apartment. Had all of this been his way of trying to get my attention? But why? What did he want from me? I took a small step back, trying to put distance between us. "I don't even know who you are," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if he could hear the trembling in my voice. For a long moment, he said nothing, just standing there, his presence suffocating. Then, slowly, he reached up and touched the edge of his mask, his fingers lingering as though deciding whether or not to remove it. I braced myself, not sure if I wanted to see what was underneath, but he didn't take it off. Instead, he let his hand drop back to his side. "You will," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Soon." And with that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the night, leaving me standing there in the doorway, shaking, my mind reeling. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I locked the door, bolted it, and even pushed a chair against it for good measure, but nothing felt like enough. I couldn't shake the image of him standing there, just inches away from me, speaking to me as though we had some kind of unfinished business. I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. I checked the security cameras constantly, scanning every corner of my apartment for any sign of him, but he didn't come back that night. In the morning, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here anymore. I packed a bag with the essentials, clothes, my laptop, my phone charger, and called a friend. I didn't tell her everything, just that I needed a place to crash for a few days. She didn't ask questions, and I was grateful for that. I left the apartment before noon, but as I walked down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every person I passed seemed suspicious. Every car that slowed down sent a wave of paranoia through me. I glanced over my shoulder constantly, expecting to see him, but he wasn't there. Still, the sense of dread followed me, clinging to me like a second skin. Staying with my friend offered little comfort. The first night, I barely slept, my mind replaying the encounter at the door over and over again. The second night was worse. I dreamt of the man in the mask, his face shifting beneath the mask in ways I couldn't comprehend. In the dream, he would appear in every corner, always watching, always silent until the very last moment, when his voice echoed in my ears. "You will." It was only a matter of time before I would have to face him again. By the third day, I was exhausted. My friend had noticed something was wrong, but I avoided her questions, too scared to explain. What could I say? That a masked man had invaded my life, had been inside my home, had spoken to me as if we shared some dark secret? I couldn't keep running. I couldn't live like this. That evening, I made a decision. I was going to confront him. I didn't know how or when, but I couldn't live with the constant fear, the constant dread that he was waiting just around the corner, ready to strike. I had to face him to understand why he had targeted me in the first place. I returned to my apartment, my heart pounding in my chest. Everything was exactly as I had left it. The new locks, the bolted windows. But the atmosphere felt heavier, like the apartment itself was waiting for something to happen. I turned on all the lights, checked every room, and then sat on the couch, my phone in hand. I pulled up the security camera app, scanning the footage from the last few days. Nothing. No sign of him. But I knew he would come back. Hours passed. The night dragged on, and the exhaustion weighed heavily on me. My eyes drooped, but I refused to fall asleep. I couldn't. Not yet. It was just after midnight when I heard it. A single tap at the window. I jumped to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. My hands were shaking as I reached for the curtain, pulling it aside slowly. There he was, the man in the mask, standing outside, his hand pressed against the glass. Only this time, something was different. The mask he wore, it wasn't the same one. This one was darker, more menacing, its features twisted in a grotesque grin. He stood there, unmoving, staring at me through the glass. And then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hand and pointed to the front door. My blood ran cold. He was telling me to let him in. This was it. This was the moment I had dreaded, but also the moment I knew had to come. My hands shook as I walked toward the door. Every step felt like a death sentence. My mind screamed at me to stop, to turn back, but I couldn't. I had to face him. I had to know. With trembling hands, I unlocked the door and opened it, just a crack. He stood there, his figure looming in the shadows, the mask hiding whatever intentions he had. For a moment, neither of us moved. It was a standoff, a moment suspended in time. And then he spoke, his voice low and guttural. You should have listened. Before I could react, he lunged forward. The force of his movement knocked me backward, sending me sprawling to the ground. I scrambled to get up, but he was already inside, the door slamming shut behind him with a deafening bang. Panic surged through me as I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing for an escape. He stood in the doorway, his presence dominating the room. The mask he wore, a twisted, dark parody of a human face, made it impossible to read his expression, but the menace in his stance was unmistakable. For a moment, the only sound in the room was my labored breathing, and then he took a slow step toward me. Please, I begged, my voice barely more than a whisper. What do you want from me? His head tilted slightly, as if considering my question, but he didn't answer. Instead, he took another step closer. I could feel the walls closing in around me, trapping me with him. Desperation clawed at my throat. I needed to do something, anything, to stop him. Without thinking, I lunged for the nearest object, a lamp on the side table, and hurled it at him. The lamp shattered against his shoulder, but he didn't even flinch. He kept coming, slow and deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. I backed away, my mind racing for a way out. The kitchen. If I could make it to the kitchen, maybe I could grab a knife, something to defend myself. My body moved on instinct, my legs propelling me toward the door that led to the small kitchen at the back of the apartment. But he was faster. Before I could reach the doorway, his hand shot out, grabbing me by the wrist. His grip was iron, his fingers digging into my skin with brutal force. I cried out in pain, but he didn't let go. Instead, he yanked me back, pulling me toward him with terrifying strength. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but it was no use. He was too strong, too determined. I could feel the cold metal of the mask brushing against my cheek as he leaned in closer, his breath hot and ragged against my skin. You ignored me, he rasped, his voice a low growl. Now you'll pay the price. Fear gripped me like a vice. This wasn't just about terrorizing me anymore. He was here to hurt me, maybe worse. In a last-ditch effort, I twisted my body and slammed my elbow into his side as hard as I could. The impact caught him off guard, and for a split second, his grip loosened. It was enough. I tore myself free and bolted toward the kitchen. My hand closed around the handle of a large kitchen knife just as he reached the doorway. Without hesitating, I swung it wildly, the blade catching the edge of his mask. He staggered back, the mask knocked askew, revealing part of his face underneath. For a moment, Everything froze. I stared, wide-eyed, at the glimpse of skin, of bone. There was something horribly wrong about his face. It wasn't just that it was partially concealed. It was deformed, grotesque, like his features had been twisted by something far worse than time or age. He quickly adjusted the mask, covering whatever monstrosity lay beneath. And his eyes, those cold, soulless eyes, locked onto mine. "You shouldn't have done that," he said, his voice lower, more dangerous than before. I tightened my grip on the knife, my heart pounding in my ears. "Stay back," I warned, though I doubted my voice carried any authority. But to my surprise, he didn't move. Instead, he stood there, staring at me, his breath coming in slow, measured bursts. "You don't understand," he said quietly. "It's too late now." Before I could ask what he meant, he turned and walked out of the kitchen, disappearing into the darkness of the apartment. I stood there, frozen, the knife trembling in my hand. What had just happened? Why had he left? And what did he mean by too late? The next morning, I packed up and left the apartment for good. I couldn't stay there, not after everything that had happened. The man in the mask had vanished, but his words echoed in my mind, haunting me long after he was gone. I moved across town, found a new place, and tried to forget. But the nightmares never stopped. Every night, I saw his face, his real face, beneath the mask. And every night, I heard his voice. "It's too late." I didn't know what he meant at first, but it didn't take long to find out. Strange things started happening. Items in my new apartment moved when I wasn't looking. Doors would creak open in the middle of the night. Sometimes, I'd catch glimpses of a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway, watching me. I called the police, of course. They found nothing. No signs of a break-in, no evidence of anyone else being there. But I knew better. He was still out there, still watching, and he wasn't done with me yet. Weeks passed, and the incidents grew worse. I found messages scrawled on my mirrors in red ink. "I'm still here. You can't run." My phone would ring in the middle of the night, but when I answered, there was nothing but silence on the other end. I changed my number, but it didn't stop. He always found me. The final straw came when I woke up one morning to find my front door wide open. I had locked it the night before, double-checked it, but now it stood ajar, as if inviting someone in. I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag and left town that very day, moving halfway across the country to a place where no one knew me. I changed my name, cut ties with everyone from my old life, and started fresh. For a while it worked. The strange incidents stopped. The nightmares became less frequent. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. One night, a knock came at my door. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I made my way to the door and peered through the peephole. There, standing in the dim light of the hallway, was a man in a mask. The same mask. My breath caught in my throat as I took a step back, trembling. He had found me, and this time, there would be no escape. I backed away from the door, my heart racing, my mind clouded with fear. The man in the mask stood motionless outside, waiting. I tried to think, tried to plan an escape, but my thoughts were a whirlwind of panic. There was no way out. The apartment I had chosen for my new life was on the 8th floor. My only option was to go deeper into the building, but I knew he would follow. The stairwell would trap me, and the elevator was too slow. I could hear him now. The knock had stopped, replaced by the slow scrape of metal against the door. He wasn't waiting anymore. He was forcing his way in. I ran toward the bedroom, slamming the door behind me, locking it with trembling hands. My phone. I needed my phone. I fumbled through my bag, desperately trying to find it. When my fingers finally closed around it, I dialed 911, my hands shaking so hard I could barely press the buttons. The line rang once, twice. 911. "What's your emergency?" The operator answered calmly. There's a man outside my door," I stammered. "He's trying to break in." I heard the sound of wood splintering from the front door. He was inside now. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. "Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. Are you able to get out of the apartment?" "No," I whispered. "There's no way out. I don't know what to do. Stay on the line with me. Officers are on their way. Do you have anywhere you can hide?" The question sent a chill through me. Hide? How long could I hide? And from what? I looked around the room. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The closet? Under the bed? I knew it wouldn't matter. He would find me. A loud thud came from the hallway, closer now. He was almost at the bedroom door. I could feel the weight of his presence through the walls, the oppressive dread that accompanied him wherever he went. I don't think hiding will help, I said, my voice barely audible. Ma'am, please stay calm. Help is coming, the operator repeated, her voice steady, but it did little to ease the panic rising inside me. Then, the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoed outside the bedroom. He was right there, just on the other side of the door. I held my breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. The doorknob rattled once, then twice, before falling silent. The line went quiet too. It was as if the entire world had stopped in that moment. I listened, waiting for the sound of the door crashing open, waiting for him to come through. But nothing happened. The footsteps stopped, and the silence pressed in around me. My phone beeped in my hand. I glanced down. It had disconnected. The call was gone. I pressed redial, frantically trying to get the operator back on the line. My fingers were slippery with sweat, shaking as I struggled to stay in control. But as the phone rang again, I realized something horrifying. The footsteps hadn't just stopped. They were inside the room. My blood ran cold as I slowly turned to look toward the window. The man in the mask stood in the corner, perfectly still, his eyes locked onto mine from behind that grotesque, twisted face. He hadn't come through the door. He hadn't broken the lock. He had always been inside. I dropped the phone, a scream caught in my throat. I stumbled backward, my legs barely supporting me, as he took one slow, deliberate step forward. "It's too late," he said, his voice a low rasp. "You can't run." I turned and ran toward the bathroom, the only other room in the apartment with a lock. My hand fumbled with the doorknob as I slammed it shut, locking myself inside. I was trapped now, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing. There was no way out. I heard the sound of him moving closer, his footsteps heavy against the hardwood floor. He was right outside the bathroom now. And then the knock came again. 3 slow, deliberate taps on the bathroom door. Tap, tap, tap. I pressed my back against the door, trying to brace it, trying to hold it shut with every ounce of strength I had left. But I knew it wouldn't be enough. I could hear his breathing now, deep and ragged, just on the other side. "Please," I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was begging anymore. And then, the door creaked open. I don't remember what happened after that. I woke up in a hospital bed, my body bruised, my mind numb. The police told me they found me unconscious, the front door to my apartment wide open. They didn't find any sign of the man in the mask. No evidence, no clues, nothing. But I knew he was still out there, watching, waiting. And no matter where I go, no matter how far I run, he will always find me. Because the truth is, the man in the mask wasn't a stranger. He was something far worse. He was me. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The sea had a strange way of whispering its secrets. For centuries, the crashing waves had hidden the stories of those who ventured too close to the jagged rocks that surrounded the small island. And standing tall against the endless horizon was the lighthouse, an ancient sentinel that had witnessed countless tragedies. Emma had always been drawn to places like this, places with history, with an air of mystery. As an amateur paranormal investigator, she sought out locations like the lighthouse. It was rumored to be haunted, and not just by one spirit, but by many. The stories she had been told stretched back over 100 years. Fishermen swore they'd seen lights in the tower when it was unoccupied, and sailors claimed to hear voices crying out from the cliffs, calling for help. But Emma wasn't just interested in the ghost stories. She wanted to uncover the truth behind them. What had happened here? Why were these souls trapped, unable to move on? The journey to the island was treacherous. As Emma's small boat fought against the relentless waves, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. The lighthouse grew larger with every passing minute, looming over the rough waters like a ghost itself. Its paint, once white and pristine, was now weathered and peeling, giving it the appearance of a forgotten relic of another time. The closer she got, the more oppressive the air became. There was something about this place. It wasn't just the isolation or the sound of the ocean. It was something deeper, something ancient, The lighthouse keeper, Mr. Thorne, was a grizzled man in his 60s. He met Emma at the dock, his expression as cold as the winds that howled around them. His eyes, however, betrayed a sense of knowing, as if he carried a burden too great for one man to bear. "You're the one asking about the souls, aren't you?" His voice was rough, as though he'd spent years shouting against the roar of the ocean. Emma nodded, adjusting her bag on her shoulder. "I'm here to find out what's been happening. The disappearances, the sightings." Mr. Thorne gave a grim nod. "You won't find peace here, girl. Only sorrow." Emma followed him up the narrow path toward the lighthouse. The cliffs on either side dropped sharply into the sea below, and the wind seemed to tug at her as if it wanted to drag her over the edge. "What's the real story behind the hauntings?" Emma asked, trying to break the silence that had fallen between them. Thorne didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced toward the lighthouse, a shadow passing over his features. "It started long ago," he finally said. "Before my time. Some say the first keeper went mad. Others say it was the shipwreck that cursed this place. Whatever it was, the souls of those lost never left." He stopped in front of the massive door at the base of the lighthouse, pulling a set of keys from his coat. As he unlocked the door, it groaned open, revealing the dark, winding staircase inside. "You'll find your answers up there, but I warn you, they won't come without a price." Emma hesitated. There was something about the way he said those words, something that made her heart skip a beat. But she had come too far to turn back now. She stepped inside, feeling the temperature drop the moment she crossed the threshold. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of the past. The walls seemed to hum with an energy she couldn't quite explain. And as she began her ascent, the door slammed shut behind her, leaving her alone with the dark and the whispers of the dead. The stairs seemed endless, twisting upward into the darkness. With each step, Emma felt as though she were descending into another world, one far removed from the reality she knew. The sound of the wind outside had faded, replaced by an eerie stillness that pressed in on her from all sides. The first strange occurrence happened halfway up. A faint light flickered from above, not the steady beam of the lighthouse, but something dimmer, weaker. Emma paused, her breath catching in her throat. It was as if someone were holding a lantern just around the next curve, waiting for her. "Hello," she called, her voice echoing up the stone walls. There was no answer, only silence. She continued climbing, her hand running along the cold, damp wall for support. The flickering light grew brighter as she neared the top, but when she finally reached the landing, there was nothing there. The room was empty, save for an old, dusty chair and the remnants of what looked like a lantern, long extinguished. Emma's skin prickled with unease. Something was watching her. She could feel it. Suddenly, the temperature dropped even further, and her breath came out in a cloud of white mist. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and then she heard it, a voice. Faint, barely more than a whisper, but undeniably there. "Help us." Emma spun around, her flashlight scanning the room. But there was no one there, just the shadows that seemed to move on their own, shifting and writhing in the corners of her vision. She stepped toward the window, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. Outside, the storm clouds had begun to gather, dark and ominous against the horizon. The sea churned below, restless and unforgiving. As she turned back toward the staircase, something caught her eye, a figure standing at the far end of the room. It was barely visible in the dim light, but Emma could make out the outline of a man, his back turned toward her, staring out the window. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't move, didn't respond. Emma took a cautious step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'm here to help. I need to know what happened here." The figure remained still, and then, just as she was about to take another step, it vanished, dissolved into thin air, as though it had never been there at all. Emma stood frozen, her mind racing. She had seen it. She knew she had. But there was no trace of him now, nothing but the echo of his presence lingering in the air. And then the whispers came again, louder this time, more urgent. "Help us, we're trapped." The whispers grew louder, swirling around Emma like a cold wind, and she found herself backing away from the window, her pulse racing. The voice sounded desperate now, pleading. She tried to make sense of it, but the words were jumbled, overlapping in a chaotic symphony of sorrow. Trapped, forever, never escape. Emma's hand shook as she reached for her phone. She hadn't expected this level of intensity, not so soon. Her rational mind told her to turn back, that maybe Thorne had been right. This place held more than just the ordinary haunted echoes of the past. There was something darker here, something that demanded attention. The screen of her phone glowed as she unlocked it, hoping to catch a moment of calm. But just as her fingers hovered over the flashlight button, the light in the room flickered again, dimming until she was left in near darkness. Panic surged within her. The footsteps behind her came slowly, one by one, the faint sound of boots on the stone floor. Emma's throat tightened. She didn't dare turn around. "Leave!" The voice was different this time, deeper, angrier. Whoever or whatever was behind her was no longer begging for help. It was warning her. "Leave now." Emma spun around, her flashlight cutting through the dark, illuminating nothing but the empty room. Her breaths came in quick gasps, the cold air stinging her lungs. There was no one there, and yet, she knew she wasn't alone. The door at the far end of the room creaked open, revealing the long corridor that led to the upper levels of the lighthouse. The flickering light returned, casting shadows that danced along the walls as if inviting her to follow. Despite her fear, Emma couldn't resist. She was drawn to it, as though something was pulling her deeper into the lighthouse, guiding her toward the truth. She stepped cautiously into the corridor, the floorboards groaning beneath her weight. The air grew heavier, the temperature continuing to drop as she moved forward. Her breath misted in front of her, and the smell of salt water and decay filled her nostrils. At the end of the hallway, a door waited. It was small, unassuming, yet it radiated an ominous energy that sent shivers down her spine. Emma's hand hovered over the doorknob, hesitating for a moment before finally twisting it open. The room beyond was different. It was unlike the others, untouched by time. The air here was warmer, and the soft glow of candlelight filled the space. In the center of the room stood a large, wooden desk, papers scattered across its surface, and behind it, a figure sat. Emma's heart skipped a beat. The man at the desk looked up as she entered. His eyes were dark, hollow, as though he hadn't slept in decades. He wore a lighthouse keeper's uniform, though it was faded and worn, as if he had been wearing it for far too long. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, his voice low and gravelly. Emma stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze never leaving her. "I was the first." "The first?" Emma repeated, confusion creeping into her voice. "The first what?" "The first keeper," he said, his voice soft but heavy with regret. "I was here when it all began." Emma's mind raced. She had heard stories of the original lighthouse keeper, a man who had supposedly gone mad after witnessing a tragic shipwreck. But no one had ever confirmed his fate. Some said he had vanished. Others claimed he had taken his own life in the tower, unable to live with the guilt of the souls lost at sea. But here he was, sitting before her, very much alive, or so it seemed. You died," Emma stammered, her throat dry. "That's what they said. They said you never left the tower." The man's eyes darkened. "I didn't die. I was trapped. Like them. Like all of them." Emma took a step closer, the weight of his words sinking in. "Trapped? You mean the souls?" He nodded slowly. "We're all trapped here, bound to this place. The sea claimed us, but it won't let us go. It won't ever let us go." Emma's stomach churned. The weight of the truth pressed down on her like an anchor. "How do I free you? How do I stop this?" The man's gaze softened, a flicker of hope crossing his weathered face. "There's only one way." He pointed to the desk, where an old, rusted key lay among the scattered papers. Emma reached for it cautiously, her fingers trembling as they closed around the cold metal. "This key," the man said, his voice barely a whisper now. "It unlocks the room at the top of the tower. You have to go there and end it." Emma's mind raced with questions, but before she could ask any of them, the man began to fade. His form grew transparent, as if he were slipping away into the ether. "No," she cried, stepping forward. "Wait, I need to know more." But it was too late. The man was gone, leaving behind nothing but the key in her hand and the oppressive silence of the room. Emma stood frozen in the dimly lit room, the old key clutched tightly in her hand. The weight of what the lighthouse keeper had revealed pressed heavily on her chest. She glanced around, the soft glow of candlelight flickering over the scattered papers, but the man was gone. The silence in the room felt suffocating, like the air itself was holding its breath. Her mind whirled with questions, but one thing was clear. The key in her hand was the answer. It was the only way to stop the madness that had gripped the lighthouse for generations, trapping the souls of the lost within its walls. Emma could feel the pull of the tower, like an invisible force urging her to climb. She left the room, her footsteps echoing down the long corridor, each step heavier than the last. The staircase to the top of the lighthouse loomed ahead, spiraling upward into darkness. The once comforting sound of the waves crashing against the rocks outside had turned ominous, a reminder of the countless ships that had been wrecked because of this cursed place. Emma swallowed her fear and began to climb. The steps creaked beneath her weight, each one more precarious than the last. The air grew colder, and with every step, the whispers returned. They were faint at first, just a murmur at the edge of her consciousness, but they grew louder as she ascended. "Don't turn back. You'll never escape." Emma's heart raced, but she pushed forward, gripping the key tighter in her hand. She couldn't stop now, not after coming this far. She had to see this through, for herself and for the souls trapped here. As she climbed higher, the whispers grew more insistent, pleading with her to leave. But there was something else now, a presence. Emma could feel it, cold and malevolent, watching her from the shadows. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and every instinct screamed at her to turn around and run. But she kept moving, her feet carrying her up the stairs, step by agonizing step. Finally, she reached the top of the tower. The door to the final room stood before her, old and weathered, the paint peeling from years of neglect. The whispers were deafening now, swirling around her like a storm, but Emma forced herself to ignore them. She took a deep breath and reached for the key. Her hand shook as she inserted the key into the lock, the cold metal sending a shiver down her spine. The door creaked open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The air was thick with the smell of salt water and decay, and in the center of the room, a large, rusted lantern stood on a pedestal. Emma stepped inside, her eyes fixed on the lantern. This was it, the source of the curse. She could feel its power, pulsing like a heartbeat, radiating outwards and keeping the souls tethered to the lighthouse. But as she approached the lantern, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. A cold gust of wind swept through the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Emma spun around, her breath hitching in her throat. She wasn't alone. A figure stood in the corner, shrouded in shadow. Its form was indistinct, but Emma could see its eyes, cold, empty, and filled with malice. It was the keeper, or at least, what was left of him. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure said, its voice a low growl that echoed through the room. "This place is not meant for the living." Emma backed away, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'm here to end this," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "I have to free the souls trapped here." The figure stepped forward, the shadows clinging to it like a second skin. "You think you can stop this? You think you can break the curse?" It laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent chills down Emma's spine. "You're just another soul for the sea to claim." Emma's grip tightened on the key. "I won't let that happen." The figure lunged at her, moving faster than she could react. Cold hands wrapped around her throat, squeezing the air from her lungs. Emma gasped, struggling against the icy grip, but the figure was too strong. The room spun around her, and the lantern flickered as if mocking her efforts. Just as the darkness began to close in, Emma remembered the key. With the last of her strength, she jammed the key into the base of the lantern and twisted. There was a sudden, blinding flash of light, and the figure let out a deafening scream, releasing its hold on her. Emma collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath as the light from the lantern grew brighter, filling the room with an intense, blinding glow. The figure writhed in the light, its form dissolving into wisps of smoke before vanishing entirely. The whispers stopped. Emma lay on the cold floor, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. The oppressive weight that had hung over the lighthouse was gone, replaced by an eerie silence. She pushed herself to her feet, her body trembling from the ordeal. The lantern still glowed softly on the pedestal, its power now extinguished. It was over. The souls were free. Emma made her way back down the stairs, her legs shaking with exhaustion. As she stepped outside, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon, casting a golden light over the sea. The lighthouse, once a place of horror, now seemed almost peaceful in the morning light. She stood on the cliff, watching the waves crash against the rocks below, and for the first time since arriving, she felt a sense of calm. The souls were at rest. The curse was broken. But as Emma turned to leave, she couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was still watching her from the shadows. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, casting a warm glow across the cliffside, Emma felt a mix of relief and lingering dread. The lighthouse loomed behind her, silent and still, yet she couldn't shake the sensation that its secrets hadn't been fully uncovered. The air felt charged, heavy with the weight of what had transpired, and she knew she had to leave before the past came rushing back. Her heart raced as she walked away from the lighthouse, each step echoing in her mind. The beauty of the morning seemed to clash with the darkness she had just confronted. The salty sea breeze brushed against her skin, and for a moment, it felt like a cleansing breath, washing away the horrors of the night. But even as she tried to convince herself that she was free, a nagging thought persisted. What if the lighthouse had left a piece of itself with her? Back at her car, Emma took a deep breath, her hand lingering on the handle as she turned to look at the lighthouse one last time. The structure seemed unchanged, yet it was imbued with a sense of peace that hadn't existed before. She turned the ignition, and the engine roared to life, but before she could pull away, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. Movement in the shadows of the lighthouse. Her heart skipped a beat. Hadn't she just vanquished whatever had haunted that place? Shaking her head, Emma dismissed the thought. She was free. There was no one left to torment her. But as she drove away, the nagging feeling of being watched remained, crawling under her skin like a persistent itch. Days passed, and life returned to normal. Emma found herself tossing and turning at night, her dreams haunted by visions of the lighthouse and the faces of the souls she had freed. Each morning, she awoke drenched in sweat, the shadows of her nightmares lingering like ghosts in her mind. She couldn't escape the feeling that the lighthouse still had a hold on her. One evening, unable to shake the dread, she decided to return to the cliffside. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. It felt like a good time to confront her fears, to solidify the closure she desperately needed. As she approached the lighthouse, the memories flooded back, the whispers, the chilling presence, the final confrontation. As she stepped closer, something caught her eye near the base of the lighthouse. A small object glimmered in the fading light, partially buried in the sand. Curiosity piqued, Emma moved closer to investigate. It was a locket, tarnished but still intact. She picked it up, brushing away the sand to reveal an intricate design etched into the surface. Opening it, she found a faded photograph inside, a woman, her eyes hauntingly familiar. Emma's breath caught in her throat. The woman looked strikingly similar to the lighthouse keeper. She turned the locket over, and there, inscribed on the back, were the initials Yell. Evelyn, Emma whispered, remembering the stories about the keeper's lost love, said to have perished at sea. It dawned on her that the keeper hadn't been alone in his torment. He had loved, and that love had been twisted into a tragedy that echoed through the years. Suddenly, the air grew heavy again, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped below the horizon. Emma felt a cold chill creep up her spine. The lighthouse, still and silent, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its presence an inescapable reminder of the lives intertwined within its walls. Evelyn, Emma called out, her voice barely above a whisper. I know you're here. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the air shifted, and Emma felt a warmth envelop her, as though a gentle embrace had wrapped around her. The weight of sorrow hung in the air, but it was different this time. It felt almost comforting. "I freed him," Emma said, her heart racing. "You're free now too." As if in response, a soft breeze swept past her, rustling the grass and carrying the faintest echo of a laugh, warm and soothing. The shadows that had once felt oppressive now seemed to soften, the lighthouse standing tall against the backdrop of the darkening sky. Emma understood now. The lighthouse wasn't just a place of torment, but a monument to lost love and lingering grief. The souls she had freed were no longer trapped in torment. They had moved on, and perhaps, in some way, Evelyn was finally at peace. With the locket in hand, Emma turned to leave, a sense of closure washing over her. The lighthouse remained behind her, but the darkness no longer felt threatening. She had come to understand that the past could not be erased, but it could be acknowledged and accepted. As she walked back to her car, a smile crossed her face. The whispers of the lighthouse faded into the night, replaced by the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, a soothing rhythm that reminded her of life's ebb and flow. She glanced back one last time, feeling a warmth in her heart, knowing she would carry the stories of the lost souls with her forever. And as she drove away, the lighthouse stood strong against the twilight, a silent guardian of the love and memories it held, its secrets finally at rest. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. In the heart of a city that pulsed with life and ambition stood the Grand Opera House, a magnificent structure adorned with intricate carvings and towering spires. By day, it bustled with performers, patrons, and staff, but by night, it transformed into a labyrinth of shadows, whispers, and secrets. The scent of polished wood mingled with the lingering echoes of applause, and the air crackled with an electric tension that only deepened as the curtain rose on the latest production. Elena, a young chorus girl with dreams of stardom, had recently joined the company. Her days were spent in rehearsals, learning from the seasoned performers, but it was the nights that held her attention. Tales of a ghostly figure haunting the opera house swirled among the cast and crew. They spoke in hushed tones of a phantom who roamed the dark corridors, demanding perfection and striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to defy him. Elena dismissed the stories at first, attributing them to the vivid imaginations of her fellow performers. Yet, as night fell and she lingered in the empty theater, the weight of the legends began to settle uneasily in her stomach. One evening, after a particularly grueling rehearsal, Elena found herself alone in the opulent lobby, the golden chandeliers casting flickering shadows on the marble floor. The other performers had long since departed, leaving her in the echoing silence of the opera house. She wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders, feeling a chill that seemed to seep through the walls. The atmosphere shifted, as if the building itself held its breath. As she turned to leave, a haunting melody drifted down from the upper balcony, weaving through the air like a ghostly embrace. Mesmerized, Elena followed the sound, her footsteps soft against the polished floor. The melody resonated deep within her, a captivating lullaby that beckoned her forward. She climbed the grand staircase, the notes guiding her up to the dimly lit balcony, where shadows danced and flickered like memories long forgotten. Peering over the railing, she saw the stage below, bathed in a soft glow from the scattered lights. But it was not the stage that held her attention. It was the figure cloaked in darkness, seated at the grand piano, his fingers gliding over the keys with a grace that was both beautiful and unnerving. The music flowed from him, a blend of melancholy and yearning, echoing through the empty auditorium. "Who's there?" Elena called out, her voice trembling as she stepped closer. The figure paused, the music coming to an abrupt halt. Silence enveloped the theater, thick and suffocating. The figure turned slowly, his face obscured by the shadows, but the glint of his eyes shone with an otherworldly intensity. "Leave this place," he whispered, his voice low and haunting. "You do not belong here." Elena felt her heart race, a mixture of fear and curiosity coursing through her veins. "Who are you?" she asked, taking a step back. "Are you the phantom?" The figure's laughter echoed through the space, a sound both chilling and sorrowful. I am the spirit of this opera house, bound to its walls, its melodies. I seek beauty in the darkness, but beauty comes at a cost." With that, he turned away, his fingers resuming their dance over the keys. The melody swelled again, filling the air with an emotion that tugged at Elena's heart. She felt drawn to him, compelled to understand the sadness that lingered beneath the surface of his haunting music. But as she stepped closer, the atmosphere shifted once more. The lights flickered violently, plunging the room into darkness. Elena's breath quickened, panic rising within her. She stumbled back, the echoes of the phantom's laughter ringing in her ears. The darkness felt alive, swirling around her like a living entity, and the piano's haunting notes transformed into a discordant cacophony. "Leave now, or suffer the consequences," the phantom warned, his voice a growl that reverberated through the shadows. The lights flickered back on, revealing the empty balcony once more. The piano was silent, the figure vanished, and Elena was left alone, her heart pounding in her chest. Shaking off the remnants of fear, she rushed back down the staircase, her mind racing with questions. Who was this phantom, and what did he mean by beauty coming at a cost? She resolved to uncover the truth behind the opera house and the mysterious figure who haunted its halls. But as she returned to the safety of the dressing rooms, the weight of dread settled on her shoulders. The tales of terror were more than mere folklore. They were rooted in a reality that was beginning to unfold around her. Little did Elena know, the phantom was watching her, his dark presence lingering in the shadows, and he had plans for her that would change her life forever. Days turned into weeks as Elena threw herself into her work, rehearsing tirelessly with the other chorus members. Yet, the phantom's haunting presence lingered in her mind, weaving a web of intrigue and fear that she couldn't shake. The stories whispered among her colleagues grew more vivid and elaborate, each tale more chilling than the last. They spoke of strange occurrences, costumes that went missing, props that moved on their own, and the eerie feeling of being watched in the darkest corners of the opera house. Elena had become obsessed with uncovering the truth about the phantom. She spent her free time exploring the opera house, creeping through the dimly lit corridors and hidden passageways that twisted beneath the stage. The architecture was a maze, and she felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as she delved deeper into the shadows. Each creak of the floorboards beneath her feet sent a shiver down her spine, yet she was determined to confront whatever darkness lay within. One evening, after a particularly intense rehearsal, Elena found herself alone again, the theater nearly deserted. The final notes of the conductor's baton had faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. The other performers had scattered, but the phantom's music still echoed in her mind. It beckoned her, drawing her back to the balcony where she had first encountered him. As she ascended the staircase, the familiar melody filled the air, this time laced with urgency and sorrow. Elena's heart raced as she reached the top, glancing around nervously. The stage was empty, yet the piano sat invitingly in the center of the dimly lit room, its keys glistening in the soft light. It was almost as if the phantom had been waiting for her. "Why do you haunt this place?" she called out, her voice steadying despite the fear that gripped her. "What do you want from me?" The music ceased, and silence engulfed her. For a moment, she thought she might have been imagining it all, that the phantom was merely a figment of her imagination. But then, from the shadows, he emerged, his face still hidden beneath the cloak. "You seek answers, yet some truths are not meant to be uncovered." "Why?" Elena pressed, stepping closer. "I want to understand. I want to know why you're bound to this place." He regarded her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "This opera house is a reflection of my soul, a vessel for my art, my despair. I created beauty here, but it came at a price. When the curtain fell, the world forgot me." Elena felt a pang of empathy for him, recognizing the anguish behind his words. "But you're still here. You don't have to be alone." A flicker of something, hope, perhaps, crossed his features before he masked it with darkness. "The world fears what it cannot understand. You too will fear me once you know the truth." The air thickened as he spoke, the atmosphere shifting again, suffocating in its intensity. "Do you truly wish to uncover the secrets of this place?" he asked, his voice low and almost seductive. To know the terrible history woven into these walls? Elena hesitated but felt a surge of courage. Yes, I want to know. Very well, he replied, stepping back into the shadows, his cloak billowing like smoke. Follow me. Elena's heart raced as she followed him through the darkened corridors of the opera house, deeper than she had ever ventured before. The walls were adorned with fading portraits of past performers, their eyes seeming to follow her as she moved. The phantom led her to a hidden door, its surface worn and weathered, an unassuming entrance to a world lost in time. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downward into darkness. She hesitated, glancing back at the theater above, the lights twinkling like distant stars. Are you sure about this? She asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Trust in your desire for truth, he urged, his tone coaxing yet firm. This is the only way. Taking a deep breath, Elena steeled herself and stepped into the abyss, the door closing behind her with a heavy thud. As she descended, the air grew colder, the shadows deepening around her. She could hear the faintest echoes of distant voices, fragments of conversations, snippets of laughter, like whispers of the past seeking recognition. At the bottom of the stairs, they emerged into a vast underground chamber. The space was dimly lit by flickering candles that lined the stone walls, casting eerie shadows that danced across the ground. Elena's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight before her. The chamber was adorned with memorabilia from countless performances, old costumes, forgotten scripts, and fragile props from productions long gone. In the center stood a grand piano, much like the one on stage, but this one was covered in dust and cobwebs, as if it had been untouched for decades. This was my sanctuary, the phantom murmured, stepping toward the piano. Here, I poured my heart into the music that the world refused to hear. Each note holds a piece of my soul. Elena approached slowly, her fingers brushing against the dusty keys. What happened here? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The opera house was a place of magic and creativity, he began, his tone somber. But it was also a place of envy and betrayal. Those who sought power would stop at nothing to silence me, to erase my legacy. They succeeded in sealing me within these walls, but my spirit could never fade. His eyes glinted in the candlelight, a mixture of sorrow and fury. I am bound to this place, to the music that resonates through its halls. But now, I feel your presence, a light in the darkness. You have the potential to carry on my legacy. Elena's heart raced. But at what cost? What do you want from me? Embrace the darkness within yourself, he urged, stepping closer. Use it to create. Allow the world to hear your voice, even if it means facing the fears that haunt you. As the weight of his words sank in, Elena felt a profound connection to the phantom, an understanding that transcended fear. She saw not just a haunted spirit, but an artist, desperate for recognition, longing to be remembered. And in that moment, she realized that their fates were intertwined. Together, he said, his voice echoing in the chamber, we can awaken the spirits of the past and bring the beauty of the opera house back to life. Will you join me? Elena took a deep breath, her resolve strengthening. The allure of the darkness was intoxicating, and she could feel the phantom's energy surging around her. Yes, she declared, her voice steady. I will help you. Together, we can bring your music back to the world. As the words left her lips, the atmosphere shifted, electric and alive. The candles flickered wildly, and the shadows seemed to dance in response, welcoming the promise of a new beginning. In that moment, Elena knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and fears, but she was ready to embrace the darkness for the sake of art, of music, and of the phantom who had captivated her heart. The bond between Elena and the phantom deepened in the days that followed. In the depths of the opera house, they began to craft a new production, one that would intertwine their fates and unleash the beauty of the music that had long been silenced. As the sun set each evening, Elena descended into the underground chamber, where the phantom shared his haunting melodies and the stories behind them. Together, they transformed the dust-covered piano into an instrument of revival. each note resonating with their combined passion. Elena found herself immersed in the music, feeling it pulse through her veins. She began to write lyrics, inspired by the tales of sorrow and longing that the phantom revealed. Each song they composed carried the weight of lost dreams and the hope of rebirth. Their collaboration ignited a fire within her, pushing her beyond her limits. She poured her heart into every performance, every note, and in return, the phantom revealed more of his past. As they worked, Elena learned about the tragic events that had befallen the opera house. Once a beacon of creativity and artistic expression, it had fallen victim to jealousy and greed. The phantom had been its brightest star, adored by the audience and feared by rivals. But when he dared to challenge the status quo, they conspired to silence him. The betrayal had been swift and merciless, leaving him to roam the halls as a mere shadow of the artist he once was. What if we could bring those lost stories to life? Elena suggested one evening, her eyes shining with determination. What if we create a show that reveals the truth about you, about this place? The phantom regarded her thoughtfully, a flicker of hope igniting in his gaze. You truly believe the world is ready to hear my story? I do, she replied fiercely. If we can evoke the same emotions through our music that you once felt, perhaps they will listen. We can turn the darkness into light. Show them that beauty can emerge from tragedy. The phantom considered her words, and a rare smile graced his lips. Then let us begin. We shall weave our lives into a tapestry of sound and sorrow, a tale that will echo through the ages. And so, the nights turned into a whirlwind of creativity. The underground chamber became their sanctuary, filled with the energy of their collaboration. Elena transformed the lyrics into a narrative that interlaced the phantom's tragic history with her own aspirations. She poured her soul into the music, her voice intertwining with the phantom's haunting melodies, creating harmonies that resonated with raw emotion. But as their project grew, so did the darkness surrounding them. Strange occurrences began to plague the opera house. Props went missing, the stage lights flickered ominously, and a chilling presence seemed to follow Elena wherever she went. Her fellow performers started to notice her absences, whispering among themselves about her odd behavior and the late-night escapades that had become her norm. Are you sure you're all right, Elena? Her friend Maya asked one afternoon, concern etched on her face. You seem different lately, like you're hiding something. Elena forced a smile, but the worry in Maya's eyes only deepened her unease. I'm fine, just busy with rehearsals. But she wasn't fine. The phantom's presence weighed heavily on her, both exhilarating and terrifying. She felt a pull towards him, an undeniable connection, yet the toll of their collaboration was becoming more apparent. As the performances drew nearer, the phantom's dark influence over the opera house intensified, and she found herself caught in a web of fear and fascination. One evening, as Elena sat at the piano, the phantom's voice drifted through the chamber. There are those who will seek to stop us, who fear what they do not understand. You must be cautious. Cautious, she echoed, her heart racing. What do you mean? What do you fear will happen? They will come for me, he said, his tone darkening. They have always feared me, but this time they will not silence us. We must be ready to fight for our art. Just then, the air grew cold, and a chill swept through the chamber. The candles flickered wildly as a heavy silence descended, filling the space with an unsettling tension. Elena's heart pounded in her chest, and she felt the phantom's energy shift, a sudden surge of urgency coursing through her. What's happening? She asked, fear creeping into her voice. They sense us, he replied, eyes narrowing. We must leave this place. The opera house holds more secrets than you know. Elena's mind raced. What do you mean? Where do we go? There are hidden passages beneath the stage, he said, urgency lacing his voice. They will lead us to safety, but we must move quickly. Without hesitation, Elena followed the phantom's lead, her pulse racing as they rushed through the dark corridors. They navigated the familiar hallways, but the air felt charged, electric with the weight of impending danger. As they approached the stage, the faint sound of footsteps echoed behind them, sending a shiver down Elena's spine. Keep moving, The Phantom urged urgency in his tone. "Do not look back." They reached the stage and slipped through a concealed door, descending into the depths below. The passage was narrow and winding, filled with the smell of damp earth and decay. Elena pressed forward, her heart racing, guided only by the Phantom's presence. "Why didn't you tell me about this place?" she asked, breathless. "What are we hiding from?" "Those who seek to silence me have always been here," he replied, his voice steady but tinged with tension. "They envy the power of my music, the connection it creates with those who hear it. But we will not be silenced again." As they navigated the passage, the darkness enveloped them, and the Phantom's presence felt both comforting and terrifying. They reached a vast, underground chamber, lit only by a flickering torch that cast eerie shadows across the stone walls. "This is where I used to compose," he said, his voice softening as he surveyed the space. "But it is also where I was betrayed. Here, I learned that beauty can exist alongside darkness." Elena took a deep breath, her heart racing as she glanced around. "What now?" "Now we prepare," he said, stepping closer to her. "We will use this darkness to fuel our art. Let it empower you. Together, we will reclaim what was lost." As they stood in the depths of the opera house, surrounded by echoes of the past, Elena felt a surge of determination. She knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but with the Phantom by her side, she felt ready to confront whatever darkness lay ahead. The air in the underground chamber buzzed with anticipation as Elena and the Phantom prepared for the confrontation that loomed over them. With the weight of their combined creativity fueling their resolve, they set about transforming the darkness that surrounded them into a source of strength. The Phantom guided her through the process, weaving tales of his past into the fabric of their production, infusing each note with the raw emotions that had long been buried beneath the dust of neglect. As they practiced, the walls of the chamber seemed to absorb their energy, vibrating with the intensity of their music. The melodies flowed like water, cascading through the air with a haunting beauty that echoed long after the last note had faded. Elena felt liberated as she poured her heart into the songs, each lyric a testament to the struggles they faced and the hope that lingered just beyond the shadows. But the deeper they ventured into their creation, the more Elena felt the ominous presence that shadowed them. Unseen eyes seemed to watch from the darkness, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being hunted. Rumors of the Phantom had spread beyond the theater, reaching the ears of those who feared what they couldn't understand. Whispers of a ghostly figure lurking in the opera house had ignited a spark of panic, and a group of skeptics, determined to unearth the truth, had begun to gather. "Do you sense it?" the Phantom asked one evening, his tone grave. "They are drawing closer." Elena nodded, unease prickling at her skin. "What should we do? If they find us here, they will try to silence me again," he interrupted, his voice a low rumble. "But this time, we will not hide in the shadows. We will confront them." "What do you mean?" she asked, her heart pounding. "Confront them how?" "The production we've created. It is our weapon," he replied, determination flashing in his eyes. "We will show them the power of our art, the truth that lies within it. We will not let fear dictate our fate." Elena felt a surge of excitement mixed with trepidation. "You think they will listen? After everything that's happened?" "They will be compelled to watch," he said confidently. "The music will draw them in. They will see the beauty of what we create and the pain of what has been lost." With a newfound sense of purpose, they intensified their rehearsals, working late into the night to perfect their production. Each session brought them closer together, their connection deepening as they shared their fears, hopes, and dreams. The Phantom began to open up more about his past, sharing the names of those who had betrayed him, the very individuals who now roamed the opera house, fearful yet intrigued by the stories of the ghostly musician. As the day of their performance approached, the air thickened with anticipation. Word of the show had spread throughout the theater community, drawing curious onlookers and skeptics alike. Elena felt the weight of expectation on her shoulders, yet a part of her relished the challenge. This was their chance to reclaim the narrative, to transform fear into art and sorrow into beauty. On the night of the performance, the opera house buzzed with energy. A crowd had gathered, their faces a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Elena stood backstage, her heart racing as she adjusted her costume, a shimmering gown that captured the light like stars in a night sky. The phantom's presence beside her was both grounding and exhilarating. She could feel the pulse of the music thrumming between them. As the curtain rose, the audience fell into a hushed silence, their anticipation palpable. Elena stepped onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating her figure. The phantom stood in the shadows, watching her with a gaze that ignited her spirit. She took a deep breath, channeling the energy of the crowd, and began to sing. The music flowed like a river, enveloping the theater in a haunting embrace. Elena poured her heart into every note, her voice soaring with a rawness that captivated the audience. She felt the phantom's presence beside her, his melodies intertwining with hers, creating a tapestry of sound that resonated throughout the opera house. As the performance unfolded, Elena could sense the audience's reaction shifting. Initially skeptical, they were soon drawn into the narrative, captivated by the haunting beauty of the music and the powerful story woven into each song. Gasps filled the air at pivotal moments, and she could see tears glistening in the eyes of those who listened intently. But in the midst of their triumph, the darkness loomed just beyond the stage. The skeptics had not come to simply watch. They were there to challenge, to disrupt. Elena spotted figures moving among the shadows, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. They were there to confront the phantom, to expose him for what they believed he was, a mere figment of imagination, a ghost born of superstition. As the final act approached, tension crackled in the air. The phantom's music reached a crescendo, filling the opera house with a surge of energy that seemed to transcend the physical realm. Elena felt the weight of the moment, the culmination of their efforts building to a climax that would either cement their legacy or lead to their undoing. In the midst of her performance, a loud crash echoed from the back of the theater, startling the audience. A group of skeptics had burst in, brandishing flashlights and shouting accusations. "This is a farce," one of them yelled, his voice booming through the hall. "You can't hide behind ghost stories. Show us the truth." The crowd gasped, and Elena's heart raced as chaos threatened to erupt. But just as fear began to creep in, the phantom's voice rose above the commotion, powerful and commanding. "You wish to see the truth? Then witness it." With a wave of his hand, the stage lights dimmed, and a spotlight focused on him, illuminating his cloaked figure. Gasps echoed throughout the audience as the phantom stepped into the light, revealing his presence in all its haunting glory. "What you see before you is not merely a story. I am the spirit of this opera house, bound by the music that flows through its veins. I was betrayed by those who feared my gift, yet here I stand, unbroken. Tonight, you shall witness the power of art, of truth." Elena's breath caught in her throat as the phantom's words resonated with the crowd. She could feel the energy shifting, the tension dissipating as curiosity replaced fear. The music swelled once more, and Elena joined him, their voices intertwining in a mesmerizing harmony that echoed through the opera house. As they performed the final piece, a song that encapsulated the essence of their collaboration, the audience was entranced. The haunting melodies flowed like a river, carrying the story of the phantom's past and Elena's journey to reclaiming her voice. With each note, they painted a vivid picture of loss and redemption, of betrayal and forgiveness. The skeptics began to falter, their resolve crumbling as the power of the performance washed over them. Tears glistened in the eyes of those who had come to challenge, and a hush fell over the crowd, captivated by the beauty of what they were witnessing. As the last note lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the opera house. The audience remained still, breathless, as if time had frozen. Then, one by one, applause erupted, echoing through the theater like thunder. Elena and the phantom stood on stage, basking in the glow of their triumph, a shared sense of victory washing over them. In that moment, they had not only reclaimed the narrative, but had transformed the opera house into a sanctuary of art and creativity once more. They had confronted the darkness together, turning fear into beauty, and their legacy would resonate long after the final curtain fell. The applause reverberated through the opera house, a resounding affirmation that echoed against the stone walls. Elena stood at the center of the stage, heart racing, as she took in the faces before her. The skeptics who had once come to dismantle their performance now looked on in awe, their expressions transformed. Tears glistened in the eyes of some, while others beamed with appreciation, captivated by the haunting melodies and the story that had unfolded. Beside her, the phantom gazed out into the sea of faces, his presence regal and commanding. In that moment, he no longer felt like a mere ghost. He was an artist reborn. Together, we have shown them the power of our art, he murmured to Elena, pride lacing his voice. We have created something that transcends the mundane, something that connects us all. As the final echoes of applause faded, the audience rose to their feet, a wave of appreciation washing over them. The skeptics were no longer shouting accusations. Instead, they joined in the celebration, swept up in the emotion that had filled the theater. Elena felt a swell of pride and joy, knowing that they had transformed skepticism into understanding, fear into admiration. But amid the triumph, a shadow loomed at the edges of her consciousness. The confrontation with the skeptics had unveiled a darker truth. While they had won this battle, the war against the stigma surrounding the phantom was far from over. As the crowd cheered, Elena caught sight of one figure lingering at the back of the theater, eyes filled with something darker than mere disbelief. It was the ringleader of the skeptics, a man named Victor, known for his disdain for the supernatural. "What will he do now?" she whispered to the phantom, who noticed her unease. "He looks like he's plotting something." "Fear not," the phantom replied, his voice steady. "We have the power of the music behind us. Our story has been told, and the truth is now etched into the hearts of those who witnessed it." As the audience began to disperse, Elena felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. They had created something beautiful together, and for the first time, she felt a connection to the legacy of the opera house. Yet the weight of Victor's presence lingered like a storm cloud, a reminder that they could not relax just yet. Once the crowd had exited, Elena and the phantom took a moment to bask in their victory. They shared a glance that spoke volumes, a mix of pride and concern. "We've done it," she said softly. "But what about Victor? He will not take this lightly," the phantom admitted. "He has always sought to expose me, to destroy the myth. But we have the truth on our side now." Their moment of triumph was cut short when a loud crash echoed through the theater, drawing their attention to the backstage area. The sound reverberated like thunder, and the phantom's expression darkened. "Stay close to me," he commanded, leading Elena deeper into the shadows. As they navigated the dimly lit hallways, they could hear raised voices, a heated argument brewing. Elena's heart raced as they approached the source of the commotion. Peering around the corner, she caught a glimpse of Victor, flanked by a few of his followers. The scene was tense, filled with accusations and threats. "Do you think this is over?" Victor shouted, his voice laced with venom. "You've only stirred the pot. The real truth must come out." Elena felt a chill wash over her as she heard Victor's words. "What does he mean?" she whispered to the phantom. "He intends to expose the secrets of the opera house," the phantom replied, tension evident in his voice. "He will not stop until he has crushed our spirit." Victor's voice rose again. "You think this was a victory? We will prove that the phantom is nothing more than a myth, a story to entertain the gullible." Suddenly, a thought struck Elena. "We have to confront him. We can't let him control the narrative." The phantom looked at her, a mixture of admiration and caution in his gaze. "Are you certain? It could be dangerous." "I am," she replied firmly. "This is our chance to reclaim our story once and for all." With renewed determination, they stepped out from the shadows, facing Victor and his followers head-on. The moment they entered the room, silence fell, and all eyes turned toward them. Elena felt a rush of adrenaline as she took a deep breath, standing tall beside the phantom. "Victor," she began, her voice steady, "you have no right to dictate what is real and what is not. The truth is that the phantom is not just a story. He is a living testament to the power of art and resilience." Victor's eyes narrowed, a smirk curling on his lips. "Ah, the little singer has come to defend her ghost. How quaint." But you can't change reality with your fairy tales. The phantom stepped forward, his presence imposing. It is you who cannot see the truth, Victor. Art is not bound by the limitations of the physical world. It exists to evoke emotions, to bridge the gap between the seen and unseen. You cannot silence what resonates within the hearts of those who believe. The tension in the room thickened as Victor scoffed, stepping closer. And what about the real horrors hidden within these walls? You think you can charm people with your music while ignoring the darkness? Elena felt a surge of anger. You don't understand. The darkness is part of the story. It's what makes the light shine brighter. You want to expose the phantom? You'll have to confront the truth of your own fears first. Victor's expression shifted, confusion mingling with frustration. You're just a girl playing with shadows. This is not how you win a battle. But it is, Elena countered, her voice rising. We've already won. The audience believes in the power of our story, and no amount of skepticism can erase that. With a determined nod, the phantom raised his hands, summoning a melody that echoed through the room. The haunting notes filled the air, wrapping around everyone present, creating an atmosphere charged with emotion. Elena joined in, her voice weaving with his, crafting a tapestry of sound that spoke of their struggles, their victories, and the importance of embracing the light and darkness alike. As the music enveloped them, Victor's bravado began to crumble. The melody reached deep into the hearts of everyone in the room, and for a fleeting moment, even his followers looked unsure. The power of the music had awakened something within them, a flicker of understanding that perhaps they had underestimated the bond between art and truth. "Stop this!" Victor shouted, but his voice wavered, the resolve behind it weakening. "Can you not feel it?" Elena implored, her heart racing. "The music brings us together, breaks down walls. It's the very essence of what we are, of what it means to be human. We cannot let fear dictate our reality." For a moment, silence fell, and the music lingered in the air like a lingering breath. Then, one by one, Victor's followers began to lower their gazes, their expressions shifting from skepticism to contemplation. They were no longer mere spectators. They were participants in the story unfolding before them. Victor's face contorted with rage and confusion, but Elena stood firm, her heart resolute. "This is our legacy," she declared, her voice unwavering. "It belongs to all of us." The music swelled, and Elena felt a wave of hope washing over her. Victor could see the tide turning, the realization dawning in his eyes. "You may have won this moment," he spat, bitterness seeping through his words. "But I will not give up." As he turned to leave, Elena called after him. "You don't have to fight against us. Embrace the truth, Victor. We can all be part of the story." With that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a room filled with lingering tension and a sense of possibility. The phantom's melody gradually faded, leaving an echo of their triumph hanging in the air. As the reality of what they had accomplished sank in, Elena and the phantom exchanged glances filled with understanding. "We did it," she whispered, her heart swelling with pride. "Yes, we did," he replied, a soft smile breaking through the shadows of his past. "But this is only the beginning." With renewed purpose, they left the theater, stepping out into the cool night air. The opera house behind them was no longer a place of fear, but a sanctuary of creativity, a symbol of their triumph over darkness. Together, they had reclaimed their narrative, transforming fear into beauty and uncertainty into strength. As they walked away, Elena realized that their journey was far from over. The world beyond the opera house still held challenges and uncertainties, but they would face them together. The bond they had forged would guide them, and the music would continue to resonate, echoing their story through the ages. In the heart of the night, Elena felt a sense of freedom unlike any she had ever known. The phantom, once a ghost shrouded in darkness, was now a partner in creation, a reminder that even the most profound tragedies could give rise to extraordinary beauty. And as the stars sparkled overhead, they knew they were ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, hand in hand, united by their love for art and the unbreakable spirit of their shared story. With that, the journey comes to a close, but their legacy will resonate through the halls of the opera house for generations to come, a tale of terror transformed into a symphony of hope. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The night air hung heavy with the scent of rust and decay as the moon cast a ghostly glow over the abandoned carnival. Once a vibrant hub of laughter and joy, the fairgrounds now lay shrouded in shadows, its rides frozen in time. The Ferris wheel, towering and silent, creaked softly in the wind, its colorful paint peeling like memories fading into oblivion. Each empty stall whispered echoes of delight that had long since evaporated, leaving behind only an eerie stillness. Julia stood at the entrance, her heart pounding in her chest. This was not her first visit to the carnival. She had come here as a child, wide-eyed and thrilled by the dazzling lights and lively music. But now, as an adult, the place felt hauntingly different. The nostalgia was tainted with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Something about the carnival called to her, pulling her toward its depths, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Her friends had dared her to explore the grounds, to capture the essence of what had once been a beloved amusement park. Armed with a flashlight and a camera, Julia stepped through the rusted gates, the metal clanging ominously behind her. The thrill of adventure mixed with a flicker of fear as she ventured deeper into the heart of the carnival. The carnival's entrance arch loomed above her, faded and broken, a remnant of the joyful welcome it once offered. Julia raised her camera, capturing the decaying splendor of the entrance. The laughter of children seemed to echo in her ears, and she felt a pang of loss. What had happened to the joy that had once filled this place? As she walked further in, the colors of the carnival remained muted, the once bright banners now dulled by time and neglect. Julia passed the cotton candy stand, its pastel hues faded to a ghostly gray, and the carousel, its horses frozen in mid-gallop, looked as if they had been caught in a moment of despair. The music that had once played joyfully was now replaced by the eerie sound of wind whistling through the empty rides. She moved cautiously, her footsteps echoing on the cracked pavement. Every creak and rustle heightened her senses, and she couldn't help but feel as if she were being watched. Shadows danced at the edges of her vision, and her imagination conjured up images of the past, a time when the carnival was alive with laughter, excitement, and the thrill of the unexpected. Julia paused in front of the funhouse, its warped mirrors reflecting distorted images of herself. She shivered, the air around her growing colder. "It's just an old building," she muttered, trying to dismiss the unease creeping into her mind. But there was something about the funhouse that intrigued her. With a deep breath, she pushed open the door, the hinges protesting with a loud groan. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the faint scent of mildew lingered. Julia's flashlight beam flickered across the walls adorned with peeling paint and faded carnival posters. Each step deeper into the funhouse felt like a descent into a forgotten world, and the shadows seemed to swallow her whole. She walked past the distorted mirrors, their surfaces reflecting her image in grotesque ways. In one mirror, she saw herself as a giant, her features exaggerated and monstrous. In another, she appeared small and childlike, the reflection both unsettling and strangely nostalgic. Julia shook her head, pushing aside the disquieting thoughts. "It's just an illusion," she whispered to herself. As she continued through the funhouse, she heard a faint sound, like the distant echo of laughter. The sound sent chills down her spine. It was soft at first, but as she moved closer, it grew louder, more distinct. Julia followed the sound, her heart racing, and stepped through a doorway that led into a dimly lit room. The room was filled with remnants of games and attractions, but in the center stood a small stage, draped in tattered velvet curtains. The laughter resonated from behind the curtains, playful, yet tinged with an unsettling edge. She felt an inexplicable pull, an urge to discover what lay beyond. Gathering her courage, Julia drew the curtains aside. What she saw left her breathless. A group of figures stood there, their faces obscured by intricate masks adorned with feathers and sequins, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief and melancholy. They were dressed in colorful costumes that seemed to glow in the dim light, a vibrant contrast to the decaying surroundings. "Welcome, dear traveler," one of them said, their voice melodic yet haunting. "You've come to join us in our eternal revelry." Julia felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "Who are you?" she managed to ask, her voice trembling slightly. "We are the lost souls of the carnival," another figure replied, stepping forward. "We once brought joy to this place, but now we are trapped in its shadows, bound to the memories of laughter that have faded away." The figures moved closer, their movements fluid and almost otherworldly. Julia felt a mix of fascination and fear as they circled her. Their laughter echoed in her ears, sweet yet tinged with sadness. "You are here to uncover the truth," one whispered, their eyes locked onto hers. "What truth?" Julia asked, her curiosity piqued despite the dread knotting in her stomach. "The truth of what this carnival once was and the joy that was lost," the figure replied. "But be warned, dear traveler, the past is not as innocent as it seems." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling stillness. The masked figures began to sway, their movements becoming frantic as if caught in a whirlwind. Julia watched in awe and horror as the very fabric of the carnival began to unravel before her eyes. The walls of the funhouse warped and twisted, revealing glimpses of the carnival's former glory. Families laughing, children chasing each other, the vibrant colors of the rides illuminated under the bright lights. But the joy was fleeting, fading into scenes of chaos and despair. Arguments erupting, accidents happening, and a darkness creeping into the hearts of those who had once cherished the carnival. Julia stumbled back, her mind racing. "What happened here?" she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "The darkness of greed and ambition," one of the figures said, their voice now cold and harsh. "Once, this place was filled with love and laughter, but the desire for profit overshadowed its spirit. In their pursuit of happiness, they lost themselves in the shadows, and the joy we once knew turned into despair." The figures began to dissolve into the air, their laughter fading like a distant memory. Julia felt a deep sense of sorrow, realizing that the carnival was not just a forgotten amusement park. It was a monument to lost dreams, a place where joy had been sacrificed on the altar of greed. As the last remnants of the figures vanished, Julia stumbled back out into the carnival grounds, the night air colder than before. She looked around, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had learned. The laughter that had once filled the air was now replaced by silence, the darkness lurking beneath the surface. Determined to uncover more about the carnival's tragic fate, Julia stepped back into the night, vowing to learn the stories of the lost souls and bring their joy back to life. She had only scratched the surface of this macabre tale, and she could feel the pull of the carnival guiding her deeper into its mysteries. The night was far from over, and as Julia ventured further into the heart of the abandoned carnival, she knew that the Real journey was just beginning. Julia stood in the moonlit silence, the abandoned carnival stretching before her like a forgotten dream. The weight of the figures' revelations lingered in her mind, their masked faces haunting her thoughts. She had entered the funhouse seeking adventure, but now she felt an insatiable need to unravel the deeper story hidden within the carnival's decaying walls. Determined, she flicked on her flashlight, its beam cutting through the shadows as she set out to explore further. Navigating the maze of rusting rides and faded attractions, Julia made her way toward the old ticket booth. Its glass windows were grimy, but she could still make out the remnants of vibrant colors. The booth had once welcomed countless visitors, their excitement palpable as they exchanged laughter for tickets. Now, it stood as a silent sentinel, guarding the secrets of those who had passed through its doors. As she approached, Julia noticed something peculiar, a small, ornate box resting on the counter, half buried under a layer of dust. Intrigued, she reached out to touch it, feeling the coolness of the metal beneath her fingertips. It was beautifully crafted, adorned with intricate carvings of carnival scenes, depicting joyful faces and whimsical rides. The craftsmanship seemed out of place in the midst of the desolation surrounding her. Lifting the box, Julia felt a strange energy pulsating from it, as if it contained the essence of the carnival itself. She opened it cautiously, revealing a collection of faded photographs. each one capturing moments of joy from the carnival's past. Children clutched cotton candy, couples laughed together on the Ferris wheel, and families gathered for games. But as she sifted through the images, a chill ran down her spine. In every photo, lurking just at the edges, was a shadowy figure, a man in a dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat. "Who are you?" Julia whispered to herself, her curiosity growing stronger. It felt as if the man was somehow tied to the fate of the carnival. As she continued to examine the photographs, she noticed a pattern. Each snapshot was taken from a different angle, capturing moments that seemed innocuous at first glance. But the man's presence was constant, an ominous figure watching, always just out of reach. A sense of urgency washed over her. It was clear that this man held secrets, and Julia needed to know more. She tucked the photographs back into the box and made her way to the old carousel. The painted horses, once vibrant and full of life, now stood frozen, their expressions almost sorrowful. Julia could feel an echo of laughter here, a ghost of the joy that had once thrived. As she stepped closer, she noticed something glinting beneath one of the horses. Bending down, she reached into the shadows and pulled out an old, tarnished key. Its intricate design matched the craftsmanship of the box she had found earlier. Her heart raced with excitement. This key could unlock more than just doors. It could unlock the secrets of the carnival itself. With the key in hand, Julia felt a surge of determination. She had to find what it belonged to. The carousel seemed to beckon her, and as she turned back toward it, a whisper echoed through the air. "Find us," it urged, a soft plea carried on the breeze. She could almost see the figures she had encountered earlier, their masked faces waiting just beyond the shadows, hoping she would uncover the truth. Taking a deep breath, Julia made her way toward the old funhouse again, the key clutched tightly in her palm. The air inside felt electric, charged with anticipation. She remembered the whispers of the masked figures and their warnings about the past. What had they meant by the darkness? What was she about to discover? She searched the funhouse for a locked door or hidden compartment. With each step, the shadows seemed to grow thicker, enveloping her in an embrace of uncertainty. Then, at the back of the funhouse, she spotted a small, wooden door, half hidden behind a curtain. It was unassuming, yet something about it felt significant. Julia approached the door, her heart racing as she inserted the key into the rusted lock. It turned with a satisfying click, and she hesitated for a moment, the weight of the unknown pressing on her. She opened the door slowly, revealing a darkened room beyond. Inside, the air was thick with dust and cobwebs, the remnants of forgotten times. As she stepped over the threshold, the beam of her flashlight illuminated a room filled with memorabilia from the carnival. Old costumes, props from performances, and faded banners adorned with cheerful designs. The walls were lined with photographs, but these were different. They were not just snapshots of joy. Julia's breath caught in her throat as she examined the images. They depicted chaos, arguments, confrontations, and the moments leading to the carnival's demise. A chill coursed through her as she recognized the man in the hat in nearly every frame, his expression always unreadable but shadowed by a sense of foreboding. He seemed to be at the center of it all, the orchestrator of despair. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice trembling as she looked around the room. It felt as if the walls themselves were watching, echoing the stories of those who had once thrived here. Each item, each photograph, held a piece of the puzzle, and Julia could feel the weight of the past pressing down on her. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind her, and Julia whipped around, her heart racing. The door she had just entered through slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged within her as she fumbled for her flashlight, illuminating the room again. The atmosphere shifted. She could feel a presence looming, and it sent chills down her spine. "Welcome back," a voice whispered, low and haunting. Julia spun around to find the masked figures standing just beyond the edge of the light, their expressions unreadable, yet somehow familiar. "You've uncovered the truth, but you must tread carefully. The darkness is hungry for new souls." "What do you mean?" Julia gasped, her heart racing. "What does he want?" "The man in the hat is a guardian of this carnival, but he feeds on despair. He thrives on the chaos that enveloped us. One of the figures explained, stepping closer. We were lost in our own darkness, and now he seeks to claim you as well. Julia's mind raced. She remembered the joy of the carnival, the laughter that had once echoed through its grounds. I won't let that happen, she declared, her voice steadier than she felt. I'll find a way to break this cycle. The figures exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within their masked faces. Then you must confront him, another whispered. Face the truth of the darkness that lies within. Only then can you free us and restore the joy that once filled this place. Taking a deep breath, Julia squared her shoulders. She was determined to confront the man in the hat and uncover the secrets that bound the carnival in sorrow. This was no longer just an exploration. It was a battle against the very essence of despair that had consumed the carnival and its lost souls. With the key still clutched in her hand, she stepped back toward the door, ready to face whatever awaited her. The carnival's past had shaped her journey, and she would not rest until she uncovered the truth behind its haunting legacy. The real horror was not just in the shadows, but in the stories that needed to be told. As Julia prepared to confront the man in the hat, she felt the oppressive weight of the carnival's history pressing down on her. Each step she took felt like a descent into the heart of a dark legend, and the air around her crackled with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The masked figures watched her intently, their expressions a mix of hope and fear. They were counting on her, and the gravity of that responsibility sent a shiver down her spine. Gathering her courage, Julia pushed open the door to the funhouse and stepped back into the eerie carnival grounds. The moonlight illuminated the path ahead, casting long shadows that danced around her. She could still hear the distant echoes of laughter, but now they felt like a cruel reminder of what had been lost. With the key in hand, she felt a sense of purpose guiding her, urging her to seek out the man in the hat. The carousel stood silently in the distance, its horses frozen in time. Julia made her way toward it, feeling the pull of the energy that surrounded the ride. It was as if the carnival itself was alive, waiting for her to unlock its secrets. She could sense that the man in the hat was nearby, lurking just beyond the edges of her vision, waiting for the right moment to reveal himself. As she approached the carousel, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows deepened, and an unsettling chill filled the air. Julia's heart raced as she reached the center of the carousel, her flashlight illuminating the ornate horses. Suddenly, the merry-go-round began to spin slowly, the creaking of the wood echoing in the stillness. She felt a rush of air as if the ride had come to life, and her pulse quickened with anticipation. "Show yourself," she called, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. The spinning slowed, and the laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, the man in the hat. He stepped forward, his silhouette sharp against the moonlight. His face was obscured by the wide brim of his hat, but Julia could feel his presence, a heavy aura that enveloped her. The air crackled with tension as they locked eyes, and she felt an inexplicable connection, a strange mix of fear and familiarity. "Welcome, Julia," he said, his voice smooth yet laced with menace. "You've come seeking the truth, but truth can be a double-edged sword." "What do you want?" she demanded, refusing to be intimidated. "What happened to this place? Why do you haunt it?" A smirk played on his lips as he stepped closer, the shadows shifting around him. "I am the keeper of memories, both joyous and painful. This carnival was a sanctuary of happiness until greed and betrayal consumed it. I am bound to it, just as you are now." Julia took a step back, her heart racing. "I refuse to be bound to your darkness. I will find a way to free the lost souls, to restore what was taken from this place." His laughter echoed like a sinister melody, resonating through the stillness. "Freedom? They are my treasures, remnants of what once was. Their despair fuels the carnival spirit, and I will not relinquish it so easily." Julia clenched the key in her fist, feeling its cool metal pressing against her palm. "You think you can keep them trapped forever? I will break this cycle." The man in the hat tilted his head, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Bold words, little one, But can you confront the darkness within yourself? The true horror lies not just in the shadows of this carnival, but within the hearts of those who once loved it. The ground beneath Julia's feet seemed to tremble as the carousel whirled faster, and she felt a rush of memories flooding her mind. Snippets of laughter, moments of joy intertwined with fleeting shadows of fear and despair. The carnival's history played out before her, and she began to see the truth of what had happened. Visions of families arguing over tickets, children crying when the rides closed, and the whispers of greed that had seeped into the carnival's very fabric flashed before her eyes. She saw the man in the hat watching from the shadows, an ever-present observer of the chaos that unfolded. Julia's heart sank as she realized the depths of the despair that had taken root in this place. "You've fed on their pain," she breathed, understanding dawning on her. "You've kept them trapped in their own nightmares." "Precisely," he replied, his voice low and melodic. "But pain is not without its purpose. It reminds us of what we've lost and what we yearn to reclaim. Without it, how can joy ever be truly appreciated?" "No," Julia shouted, her voice echoing in the darkness. "They deserve to be free. They deserve to experience joy again." The man in the hat's expression darkened. "And how do you intend to free them? You think this key can unlock the heart of their suffering? You are naive, child. To conquer the darkness, you must first embrace it." With a swift motion, he gestured toward the carousel, and the horses began to spin faster, the air thickening with an energy that felt almost alive. Julia stumbled back, the world around her swirling in a kaleidoscope of color and shadow. The laughter grew louder, a cacophony of voices pleading for her attention, each one echoing the desires and regrets of the carnival's lost souls. "Face your own fears," the man in the hat commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Only then can you confront theirs." Julia clenched her eyes shut, forcing herself to center her thoughts. She recalled her childhood visits to the carnival, the thrill of the rides, the taste of cotton candy, the warmth of laughter shared with friends. But beneath those happy memories lay darker moments, her own fears of abandonment, the loneliness she sometimes felt even amidst a crowd, and the secrets she had buried deep within. Opening her eyes, she steadied her breath and turned to the man in the hat. "I won't let you use my fears against me. I will not be afraid." With newfound determination, she held up the key. "This key represents hope, a chance for a new beginning. I will use it to unlock the joy that this carnival deserves." The man's expression twisted into a scowl, but Julia pressed on. "You may have bound the souls here in despair, but I will break that hold. They will find joy again, even if it means confronting the darkness that you thrive on." In that moment, the carousel began to spin faster, and the laughter erupted into a haunting melody, swirling around them like a storm. The shadows surged forward, seeking to consume her, but Julia stood firm, her heart pounding with resolve. As she raised the key high above her head, a brilliant light erupted from it, illuminating the darkness and scattering the shadows. The laughter of the lost souls shifted, evolving from despair to something more, a glimmer of hope, a spark of joy. Julia could feel their energy rising, intertwining with her own, as they broke free from the chains of sorrow that had bound them for so long. With each turn of the key, the atmosphere shifted, and the carnival around her began to transform. The colors brightened, the sounds of laughter grew clearer, and the shadows receded, revealing the vibrant carnival she had once known. The figures of the lost souls emerged, their masks falling away to reveal faces of relief and gratitude. The man in the hat stumbled back, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief. "No, you cannot take them from me." "Yes, I can," Julia declared, her voice ringing with power. "You may have held them captive, but their joy is stronger than your darkness. They will reclaim what is rightfully theirs." As the final turn of the key unlocked the last remnants of despair, the carnival erupted in a burst of life. Rides began to spin and twirl, music filled the air, and laughter echoed through the grounds, vibrant and alive. Julia felt the energy surging within her, a connection to the very essence of joy that had once thrived in this place. With the man in the hat fading into the shadows, Julia turned to the newly freed souls, their faces brightening with hope. "You're free. Together, we can bring back the joy that once filled this carnival." And as they embraced the newfound light, Julia felt a sense of triumph wash over her. The carnival was not just a haunted relic of the past. It was a living tapestry of joy, sorrow, and resilience. The lost souls, once trapped in darkness, now stood with her, ready to reclaim their place in the world. But the journey was far from over. Julia understood that while she had confronted the man in the hat and liberated the souls, the real work lay ahead. Together, they would breathe new life into the carnival, sharing their stories and memories, ensuring that the darkness would never take hold again. As the moon hung high above, casting its silvery glow on the transformed carnival, Julia smiled. The adventure had only just begun, and she was determined to see it through, to honor the past while creating a brighter future. The vibrant energy of the carnival pulsed around Julia as she stood amidst the newly freed souls. Laughter filled the air, weaving through the colorful lights and vibrant attractions that had once languished in silence. But beneath the joy, a tension lingered. Julia could sense the shadows still lurking, remnants of the man in the hat's dark influence. The battle wasn't over yet. As the freed souls embraced their liberation, Julia felt an urgent need to solidify this newfound joy, to ensure that the darkness wouldn't return. She turned to the crowd, her voice rising above the joyous chaos. "We need to reclaim this place. We can't just celebrate our freedom. We must protect it." The former souls, now emboldened by their experiences, nodded in agreement. Faces that had once been marked by despair now radiated with determination. Among them was a young woman named Eliza, whose eyes sparkled with resolve. "We can gather the stories, the memories of the carnival. We need to remind everyone why this place was special." Julia smiled at Eliza, recognizing her strength. "Yes, let's share our tales of joy and connection. We'll bring the community back, make them feel the magic again. We'll remind them of the happiness that once thrived here." The group began to organize, their spirits buoyed by the vision of a revitalized carnival. They split into teams, some working on restoring the rides, while others brainstormed ways to reach out to the community. Julia found herself alongside Eliza as they ventured to the old ticket booth, which stood at the entrance like a sentinel of the past. As they approached, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavier, charged with a sense of foreboding. Julia's heart raced as she recalled the man in the hat's warning. Darkness could lurk in the corners of joy, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. "Do you feel that?" Eliza whispered, her brow furrowing. "It's like the air is thicker here." Julia nodded, unease creeping into her chest. "We need to be cautious. The man in the hat may not be gone for good. He thrived on despair, and if he senses our joy, he might try to reclaim it." Determined to push through the apprehension, Julia reached for the door of the ticket booth. It creaked open, revealing a small, dusty interior filled with old tickets and faded posters. "Let's find something we can use to reconnect with the community," she said, rifling through the remnants. As they sorted through the forgotten memorabilia, a sense of nostalgia washed over Julia. Each ticket represented a moment of joy, laughter shared, and memories created. She could almost hear the echoes of families enjoying their time at the carnival, the sound of children's laughter ringing through the air. Suddenly, Eliza gasped, pulling a dusty scrapbook from a hidden compartment. "Look at this," she exclaimed, flipping it open to reveal yellowed pages filled with photos and handwritten notes. Each page chronicled events, community gatherings, and moments of joy that had once brought life to the carnival. "This is incredible," Julia said, her excitement palpable. "We can use these stories to remind everyone of what this place means. We can host a reunion." As they flipped through the scrapbook, the atmosphere shifted once more. A chill swept through the booth, and the laughter outside faded into an uneasy silence. Julia glanced at Eliza, whose expression mirrored her concern. "We should head back outside," Julia suggested, feeling an instinctual urge to escape the tightening grip of the darkness. As they stepped out, a shadow darted past the corner of her vision. Julia whipped around, heart pounding. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her eyes scanning the carnival grounds. Eliza nodded, her face pale. I did. It's like something is watching us. The laughter resumed, but it was different now, haunting and eerie, as if mocking their efforts. Julia felt a shiver travel down her spine. They had disrupted the delicate balance between joy and sorrow, and now the man in the hat's lingering presence loomed closer. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the Ferris wheel, causing both women to jump. Without thinking, they raced toward the sound. The towering structure loomed over them, its colorful gondolas swaying ominously. Julia could feel her pulse quicken as they approached. As they neared the base of the Ferris wheel, they spotted a figure cloaked in shadows. The man in the hat stood there, a menacing smile playing on his lips. "Did you think you could simply take what was mine?" he taunted, his voice smooth yet dripping with malice. "You've awakened me, and now you'll pay the price." Julia squared her shoulders, refusing to show fear. "We're taking this place back. You don't own the joy that lives here." His laughter echoed through the carnival, sending chills through her bones. "Joy? You think that can withstand the depths of despair? This carnival thrives on both. Without one, the other cannot exist. And I will not allow you to banish the darkness." Before Julia could react, the Ferris wheel began to spin violently, the gondolas swinging wildly, as if possessed by an unseen force. She felt the energy in the air shift, pulsing with chaos and uncertainty. "We need to stabilize it," she yelled to Eliza, her mind racing. "Let's focus on the light." Eliza shouted back, her eyes determined. They both closed their eyes, visualizing the joy and happiness that had once filled the carnival. They drew on their memories, the laughter of children, the thrill of rides, and the warmth of community. As they concentrated, a golden light began to emanate from within them, cutting through the shadows and illuminating the chaos around them. The Ferris wheel's spinning slowed, the gondolas coming to a stop as the shadows began to retreat. The man in the hat glared at them, his face contorted in rage. "You think you can banish me? I am a part of this place." Julia felt a surge of courage. "You may have been, but you won't be anymore." With a powerful thrust, she directed the light toward him, a wave of energy washing over the carnival. The darkness recoiled, revealing the vibrant colors of the rides, the laughter of the souls, and the warmth of the community they had awakened. The man in the hat staggered back, his form flickering like a candle's flame in the wind. "This isn't over," he roared, the shadows enveloping him. "You cannot keep me at bay forever." But Julia and Eliza stood firm, their light growing brighter, pushing back against the darkness. "We will keep fighting," Julia declared, her voice unwavering. "You can't hold this carnival hostage any longer." With one final surge of energy, the light enveloped the man in the hat, and he vanished into the shadows, leaving only silence in his wake. The carnival, once steeped in darkness, began to shimmer with hope and life, the air filled with the sounds of joy returning. As the crowd of souls began to cheer and dance, Julia and Eliza exchanged a look of relief and triumph. They had confronted the darkness, and together, they had won. But deep down, Julia knew the battle for the carnival's soul was just beginning. The journey ahead would require vigilance, resilience, and a commitment to embracing both joy and sorrow, ensuring that the shadows would never return. As the festivities unfolded, Julia felt a renewed sense of purpose. They had reclaimed the carnival, but now it was time to build something new, one that honored the past while nurturing the spirit of community. Together, they would breathe life into this haunted place, turning it into a sanctuary for joy, laughter, and love. And as the stars twinkled overhead, casting their light on the revitalized carnival, Julia smiled, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. She had faced her fears, confronted the darkness, and emerged victorious. The carnival would thrive again, and she would ensure that its legacy of joy would never fade away. As the celebration unfolded around her, Julia felt a mixture of exhilaration and exhaustion. The carnival had come alive once more, illuminated by vibrant colors and the joyous sounds of laughter. But beneath the surface, she sensed an undercurrent of uncertainty, a fragile balance that needed to be nurtured. The sun began to set, casting an ethereal glow over the carnival grounds. Julia gathered the freed souls and those who had come to help restore the place, addressing them with a renewed determination. Today, we reclaimed our joy, but we must continue to protect it. The darkness we face may linger, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Eliza stepped forward, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. We need to establish a community here, a place where everyone feels safe to share their stories. Let's create events that celebrate our experiences, a way to remind ourselves of the light we've found. Nods of agreement spread through the crowd. Julia could see the determination on their faces, the flicker of hope that had replaced despair. They discussed plans for weekly gatherings, storytelling nights, and activities that would draw families back to the carnival, celebrating their shared history and creating new memories. As the discussions continued, Julia couldn't shake the feeling that their victory was still precarious. The man in the hat may have retreated, but the scars of his influence lingered. She resolved to confront her own fears and face the remnants of darkness that still haunted her mind. That night, as the carnival lit up under the starry sky, Julia found herself wandering through the familiar attractions. Each ride, each game booth held a piece of her history, a reminder of both joy and sorrow. She stopped at the Ferris wheel, the place where they had confronted the man in the hat. A voice echoed through the night, soft yet haunting. "You think you've won, don't you?" The chill in the air sent a shiver down her spine. Julia turned, her heart racing. There he stood, the man in the hat, his presence cloaked in shadow. "I thought we banished you," Julia said, her voice steady despite her fear. "This carnival is ours now." He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that echoed in the stillness. "You may have reclaimed it, but joy is a fleeting emotion. Despair will always find a way back in, especially in a place like this." Julia took a step forward, her heart pounding. "You're wrong. We won't let despair take hold again. We're stronger now, and we'll fight to keep the light alive." "Strength?" he scoffed, his shadow shifting as if alive. "You think strength alone can fend off the darkness? I will always be a part of this place, lurking in the corners, waiting for the moment of weakness." Determined not to back down, Julia squared her shoulders. "You may try to instill fear, but we have something you'll never understand: community, hope, and resilience. We will fill this carnival with light, and you won't find a way back in." With those words, Julia felt a surge of energy course through her. The collective strength of the community she had helped to revive radiated within her, pushing back against the shadows that clung to the man in the hat. She focused on the warmth and joy that had begun to flourish, drawing it into her heart. Suddenly, the carnival glowed with brilliance, the lights sparkling as if infused with magic. The laughter of the children rang out, echoing around them. The man in the hat recoiled, his shadow flickering in the face of the vibrant light. "This isn't over, Julia," he shouted, his voice a snarl as he faded into the darkness. "I will return." But Julia stood firm, a smile breaking through the fear. "Whenever you do, we'll be ready for you. We will never let you take our joy again." As the carnival pulsed with life, Julia felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She had confronted her fears, faced the darkness head-on, and emerged victorious. The community around her was not just a gathering of souls. It was a tapestry of stories, laughter, and shared experiences that would continue to grow. The next day, the carnival opened its gates once more, welcoming families and friends who had come to celebrate its revival. Julia moved among the visitors, her heart swelling with joy as she witnessed children laughing, parents reminiscing, and friends sharing stories. Eliza approached, a wide grin on her face. "Look at all the people. They've come back." Julia nodded, overwhelmed by the scene before her. "We did this together. This place is alive again." They spent the day sharing tales of the carnival's history, the laughter echoing through the air. Each story added to the growing tapestry of joy, creating connections that would fortify their community against any future darkness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays over the carnival, Julia stood at the entrance, watching the festivities unfold. She felt a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. The carnival was no longer just a haunted relic. It had transformed into a sanctuary of joy and resilience. The laughter, the music, the vibrant lights, it all pulsed with life. And in that moment, Julia knew that while darkness could try to seep in, they would always be ready to shine a light against it. Together, they would nurture this space, ensuring that the joy they had reclaimed would never fade. As she took a deep breath, savoring the moment, Julia smiled, ready to embrace whatever came next. The carnival was alive, and so was its spirit, a testament to the power of community, resilience, and the unwavering strength of joy. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The wind whispered through the tall grass, carrying with it the scent of earth and forgotten memories. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the landscape, Mia stood at the edge of the property, staring at the silhouette of the old farmhouse. It had stood for decades, a skeletal remnant of a time long past, its windows dark and hollow like empty eyes watching her approach. Mia had always felt drawn to the farmhouse, even as a child. Stories circulated in the small town about its haunted past, the vengeful spirit of a woman who had once lived there, lost to tragedy and betrayal. Locals spoke in hushed tones of the lights that flickered in the windows at night and the eerie whispers that floated through the air. But Mia's curiosity was insatiable. She had come to uncover the truth behind the ghostly legends, to connect with the spirit that lingered in the shadows. As she stepped onto the property, a shiver ran down her spine. The air grew still, and an unsettling silence enveloped her. The overgrown garden, once vibrant with life, was now a tangle of weeds and brambles, a graveyard of forgotten flowers. The porch sagged under the weight of time, its wood creaking softly in protest as she climbed the steps. Pushing the door open, Mia was greeted by a cloud of dust that danced in the fading light. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the scent of decay. She flicked on her flashlight, the beam cutting through the shadows to reveal remnants of a once thriving home. Faded photographs adorned the walls, their subjects smiling out from a time when laughter echoed through the halls. Mia felt a chill brush past her, a whisper of a presence that sent her heart racing. "Is anyone here?" she called, her voice trembling as it bounced off the walls. The house remained silent, but Mia felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her. She took a deep breath and stepped further inside, her footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust. The living room was filled with broken furniture, the once cozy atmosphere now replaced by an eerie desolation. As she explored, her flashlight illuminated an old piano in the corner, its keys yellowed with age. Memories flooded her mind. She had heard tales of the woman who played beautifully, her melodies enchanting all who listened. But the music had stopped long ago, replaced by an unsettling quiet. Mia approached the piano, her fingers brushing the keys. A soft, mournful note rang out, echoing in the stillness. In that moment, the air shifted, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She closed her eyes, feeling the presence of the spirit, the sadness that enveloped her like a shroud. "Why are you here?" Mia whispered, hoping her words would reach the woman trapped within the walls of the farmhouse. "What happened to you?" Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and a flicker of movement caught her eye. In the dim light, a figure materialized, a woman clad in a long, flowing dress, her features obscured by shadows. Mia's heart raced as she met the ghostly gaze, a mix of fear and empathy washing over her. The spirit's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Mia strained to hear, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'm here to help you," she said, her voice steady despite the terror coursing through her veins. "Tell me what you need." The spirit reached out a hand, pointing toward a doorway at the end of the hall. A sense of urgency radiated from her, a silent plea for Mia to follow. Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped forward, compelled by an unseen force. The hallway stretched before her, the walls lined with peeling wallpaper and cracked frames. As she reached the door, a heavy feeling settled in her stomach, the weight of unresolved pain and betrayal. She hesitated for a moment, her fingers hovering over the doorknob. What lay behind this door? With a surge of courage, she turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room beyond was cloaked in darkness, the air thick with dust. Mia stepped inside, her flashlight illuminating a forgotten nursery. The faint outline of a crib sat in the corner, toys scattered across the floor, their bright colors dulled by time. Mia's heart sank as she took in the sight. This was a place that had once been filled with joy, a sanctuary for a child. But it had been left to decay, much like the spirit who lingered here. She felt the woman's presence beside her, an aching sadness that resonated deep within her. What happened here? Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Did you lose someone? The spirit nodded slowly, a tear shimmering in her spectral eyes. As if in response, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and the temperature dropped even further. Mia could feel the anguish radiating from the woman, a grief that had been trapped within these walls for far too long. Suddenly, the toys began to move, rolling across the floor as if propelled by an unseen force. Mia watched in awe, feeling the energy shift again. The spirit was trying to communicate, to show her the pain that had trapped her here. As the toys settled, a small music box, hidden beneath the crib, began to play a haunting lullaby. The sound filled the room, weaving a melody that resonated with both beauty and sorrow. Mia's heart ached for the spirit and the child lost to time. I'll help you, Mia promised, her voice trembling with emotion. We will find a way to set you free. The spirit's gaze softened, and for the first time, Mia sensed a glimmer of hope. The woman nodded, a faint smile breaking through the sadness that clung to her like a shroud. Together, they would uncover the truth, confront the vengeful spirit of the forgotten farmhouse, and bring peace to the soul trapped within. With renewed determination, Mia stepped back into the hallway, ready to unravel the mysteries that bound the spirit to this place. The farmhouse held the key to its own redemption, and Mia was determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Mia stood at the threshold of the nursery, the lullaby echoing in her mind like a haunting promise. She could still feel the spirit's presence, a flicker of warmth amidst the cold air that surrounded her. Determined to honor the woman's plea, she resolved to dig deeper into the history of the farmhouse and the life that had unfolded within its walls. As she stepped back into the hallway, Mia noticed a faded family portrait hanging crookedly on the wall. The faces were obscured by dust, but the warmth in their expressions hinted at happier times. She approached it, her fingers brushing against the glass. The picture depicted a woman, a man, and a child, perhaps the family who once inhabited the house. The child's joyful smile sent a pang through her heart, a reminder of the innocence that had been lost. Mia made her way down the narrow staircase, each creak of the wood echoing like a whisper of the past. She could still feel the spirit nearby, a soft tugging at her consciousness urging her to discover more. The living room was now a place of focus. She needed to uncover the truth. Setting her flashlight on the table, Mia began searching through the scattered remnants of the farmhouse. Dusty books and old papers littered the surfaces, some with yellowed pages that hinted at stories long forgotten. As she flipped through a stack of letters bound together by a fraying ribbon, one particular envelope caught her attention. The handwriting was delicate, a stark contrast to the desolation around her. With trembling hands, she opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. The ink had faded, but the words still held a palpable weight. Dear Amelia, I know you're angry, and I understand why you feel betrayed. But please try to understand my reasons. I did this for us, for our future. The house needs to remain safe, hidden from those who would take advantage of our joy. I'll always love you, and I hope one day you can forgive me. The letter was signed simply, Yours, Daniel. Mia's heart raced. Amelia was the spirit's name, the woman trapped within the farmhouse. The letter hinted at a conflict, a rift that had torn apart the family. The mention of betrayal loomed large, and Mia sensed the weight of unresolved emotions hanging in the air. What happened to you, Amelia? Mia whispered, looking around the dim room as if the walls might respond. The silence that enveloped her was thick, almost suffocating, but Mia was undeterred. She needed to find more clues. She searched through the remaining papers, piecing together the fragments of Amelia's life. There were bills, medical records, and more letters, each revealing a family fractured by secrets. As she sifted through the debris, one name repeatedly surfaced: Catherine. It seemed to hold significance, a name that stirred something deep within Mia. Suddenly, the floorboards creaked overhead, a sound sharp enough to make her heart leap. Was it just her imagination? Or was there still someone, or something, here? She hesitated, glancing back at the staircase. Gathering her courage, she crept up the steps, the wood groaning under her weight. As she reached the second floor, the air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. The hallway stretched before her, and at the far end, a door stood slightly ajar. The unsettling feeling intensified, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Mia approached the door, pushing it open gently. The room was dark, the only light filtering in through a grimy window. Dust motes floated in the beam, creating an almost ethereal quality. As her flashlight beam cut through the darkness, it landed on a figure, an old trunk sitting in the corner, half covered in a tattered blanket. Curiosity piqued, she approached the trunk, her fingers itching to uncover its secrets. With a deep breath, she pulled the blanket away, revealing a chest covered in intricate carvings of flowers and vines. It felt like a portal to another time, a connection to the life Amelia once knew. Mia knelt beside the trunk, carefully lifting the latch. It creaked open, revealing its contents: a collection of old dresses, each one more exquisite than the last. Among them, a delicate white gown caught her eye, its fabric soft and fragile, a stark reminder of a past filled with dreams. Beneath the dresses lay a small diary, its leather cover worn and cracked. Mia picked it up, her heart racing with anticipation. She opened it to the first page, the handwriting flowing elegantly across the paper. April 15th, 1923. Today, Daniel surprised me with a picnic by the river. I could see the joy in his eyes as we laughed and talked about our future. I wish I could hold on to this happiness forever. As she read on, the entries unveiled Amelia's life, her love for Daniel, their hopes, and the joys of motherhood. But as the pages turned, a shadow crept into her words. Amelia wrote of fear, of a darkness that loomed over their lives, her pen trembling as she described strange occurrences, voices in the night, whispers that sent chills down her spine. June 3rd, 1923. There's something in the house. I can hear it breathing, waiting. I've tried to talk to Daniel, but he brushes it off as nothing. I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. The entries became more frantic, culminating in a final, desperate plea. October 15th, 1923. I fear for my child's safety. Something is wrong with this house. Daniel, please listen to me. I don't want to lose everything we've built. Mia's heart ached for Amelia. She was trapped, not just by the walls of the farmhouse, but by the shadows that haunted her. The betrayal hinted at in Daniel's letter loomed larger now. It was clear that something terrible had happened here, something that had cost Amelia everything. The diary slipped from her fingers, landing softly on the floor. Mia stood, her mind racing. The whispers of the past surrounded her, echoing Amelia's pain. She needed to find Daniel, to understand the circumstances that had led to this tragic fate. As she turned to leave the room, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hallway, slamming the doors shut behind her. Panic surged through her as she grasped the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The shadows seemed to thicken, curling around her like a suffocating embrace. "Amelia," she called, her voice echoing in the silence. "I'm here to help you. Please guide me." The air grew still, and for a moment, Mia felt a gentle touch against her back. It was as if the spirit was there, urging her to remain strong. With a renewed sense of purpose, Mia pressed against the door, pushing with all her might. The wood creaked, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, it swung open, sending her stumbling back into the hallway. Breathless, she glanced around, the shadows receding slightly. She could feel the spirit's presence guiding her, leading her to the truth. It was time to confront the darkness, to uncover the layers of betrayal that had held Amelia captive for far too long. With determination in her heart, Mia stepped back into the main part of the farmhouse, ready to continue her search. The echoes of the past were no longer just whispers. They were a call to action, a plea for justice that she could not ignore. Amelia deserved peace, and Mia was determined to find it. Mia stood in the farmhouse's living room, her breathing uneven as she tried to steady her nerves. The echoes of Amelia's diary lingered in her mind. There was something here, something that had tormented the woman to her breaking point. The whispers in the walls, the growing fear for her child, and the growing sense of betrayal had all culminated in a tragedy that now bound Amelia's spirit to the house. But Mia knew she couldn't stop here. The diary was only part of the puzzle. Daniel, Amelia's husband, held the key to what had happened. His decision, his actions had shattered their lives. Mia had to find out what that betrayal was and why Amelia's spirit had been left behind. She retraced her steps to the room where the trunk sat. In the silence, the air felt thick with tension, as if the house itself was watching her every move. The gust that had slammed the door earlier still left her shaken, but now she felt a faint sense of purpose. Amelia's presence was guiding her, pushing her toward the truth. A soft knock echoed through the room. Mia froze. The sound was unmistakable. It wasn't the groaning of the old house or the creak of the wind against the shutters. It was deliberate, like someone knocking to be let in. Her heartbeat quickened as she turned slowly toward the front door, which now loomed at the end of the hall. Steeling herself, Mia made her way down the hall, each step heavy with dread. When she reached the door, she paused, listening intently for any further sounds. Nothing. Silence. She gripped the handle and slowly opened the door. There was no one there. The cold air rushed in, sending a shiver down her spine. But something else caught her eye. Lying on the porch was a small wooden box. It looked old, its edges weathered by time, and a thin layer of dust clung to its surface. Mia knelt down, her hands trembling slightly as she picked up the box. It was heavier than it looked, and there was no visible lock or latch. She carried it inside, setting it down on the dining table, the weight of its mystery pressing down on her. She hesitated, then slowly lifted the lid. Inside, she found a stack of old papers tied together with a faded blue ribbon, similar to the letters she'd found earlier. But this was different. These weren't personal letters. They looked official, with seals and stamps that marked them as legal documents. The first one she picked up was dated in the early 1920s, around the time of Amelia and Daniel's story. As she skimmed the words, her eyes widened in shock. The documents revealed a deed to the farmhouse, but not under Daniel's name. It was signed by Catherine Hamilton, the name that had repeatedly surfaced in Amelia's diary. Who was Catherine, and why did she own the farmhouse? Mia's mind raced with possibilities. Was Catherine a relative, a friend, or someone much more significant? The tone of the documents suggested a legal dispute, as if there had been a struggle over the ownership of the property. A page slipped free from the bundle and fluttered to the floor. Mia picked it up, her fingers tracing over the faded words. It was a letter, not unlike the others, but this one was addressed directly to Daniel. Daniel, you have until the end of the month to make your decision. I've done all I can to protect you and Amelia, but this situation cannot go on much longer. Catherine is growing impatient, and she wants what's rightfully hers. If you don't act, she will take everything, and I can't guarantee Amelia's safety if that happens. Mia's breath hitched. The betrayal wasn't just personal. It was rooted in something far deeper. Catherine had a claim to the farmhouse, and it seemed Daniel had been keeping secrets from Amelia. Mia's fingers tightened around the letter. She could feel the weight of Amelia's heartbreak, the slow unraveling of her life, and the desperation that had followed. Whatever happened between Daniel and Catherine had torn apart the family, and Amelia had been caught in the middle, oblivious to the forces at play. But the spirit hadn't revealed everything yet. There was still more to uncover, more secrets buried in the dust of the farmhouse. Amelia wanted Mia to know the full story, and Mia was determined to find out. A sudden thump echoed from upstairs, jolting Mia out of her thoughts. She whipped around, her flashlight beam bouncing off the walls as she scanned the hallway. Something, or someone was waiting for her up there. With the diary in hand and the weight of the discovery pressing down on her, Mia took a deep breath and headed toward the stairs. The old wood groaned beneath her feet, but this time, she didn't hesitate. Whatever the house had hidden for all these years, she was going to uncover it. Step by step, she ascended, feeling the oppressive weight of the farmhouse's history pushing down on her. At the top of the stairs, the door to the nursery stood slightly ajar, a faint light seeping through the crack. She approached cautiously, her heart pounding. Inside, the room was exactly as she had left it earlier. The crib, the dusty furniture, and the eerie lullaby that still seemed to hum faintly in the air. But now something was different. The closet door, which had been firmly closed before, was slightly open. Mia's pulse quickened as she approached the closet, her hands trembling as she reached for the handle. She pulled the door open slowly, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. And then she saw it, a hidden compartment built into the floorboards, slightly ajar. She knelt down, her fingers brushing over the rough wood. With a firm tug, she lifted the compartment open, revealing a small, crumpled piece of paper. Unfolding it carefully, she read the words scrawled hastily across the page. "She's coming for me. I don't have much time. Catherine will stop at nothing. If you find this, know that I try to protect her, but I failed." Mia's breath caught in her throat. The betrayal had come full circle, but it was worse than she had imagined. Catherine hadn't just wanted the farmhouse. She had wanted Amelia's life, her family, everything. And somehow, she had succeeded. The farmhouse's shadows seemed to close in around Mia as she clutched the note. The truth was far darker than she had expected, and now, it was clear that Catherine's vengeful spirit was still very much alive within these walls. The farmhouse wasn't just haunted by Amelia. It was also haunted by the bitter, vengeful spirit of Catherine Hamilton. Mia wasn't just unraveling a mystery anymore. She was caught in the middle of a war. The air in the nursery felt charged, heavy with unspoken words and lingering spirits. Mia's heart raced as she processed the gravity of the note she held in her hand. Amelia had tried to protect her child, but it seemed the threats that loomed over her family had only intensified. The name Catherine echoed in her mind, a specter of malice whose intentions remained shrouded in darkness. Mia carefully placed the note in her pocket, her resolve hardening. She couldn't let Amelia's story end in tragedy. It was time to confront the forces that had shattered this family's happiness. But how? How could she face a spirit powerful enough to twist love into betrayal? The lullaby resumed, softer now, a haunting melody that seemed to beckon her deeper into the shadows. Mia stepped out of the nursery and into the dim hallway, the light from her flashlight flickering as she ventured down the corridor. Each creak of the floorboards sent a ripple of apprehension through her. She headed toward the staircase that led to the attic, a space she had yet to explore. The attic was often a keeper of secrets, forgotten toys, old memories, and perhaps even the final pieces of Amelia's puzzle. With the energy of determination coursing through her veins, Mia climbed the steps. The attic door was slightly ajar, and she pushed it open, stepping into the musty room. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the weak light from her flashlight. Old furniture lay scattered around, tattered chairs, a broken rocking horse, and boxes stacked haphazardly against the walls. As she moved deeper into the attic, Mia felt an unsettling chill. The air was thick with a tension that made her skin prickle. She scanned the room, searching for anything that might provide more insight into Amelia and Daniel's story. Her eyes landed on a large, dusty trunk in the far corner. It seemed out of place, almost regal amidst the disarray. With renewed curiosity, she approached it, her heart pounding in anticipation. The trunk was adorned with intricate carvings, similar to the box she had found earlier. Mia knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the carvings before attempting to lift the lid. It creaked open, revealing a treasure trove of items from a bygone era. Old clothes, faded photographs, and letters wrapped in a silk ribbon lay nestled inside. She carefully pulled out a photograph, its edges frayed. It depicted Amelia, Daniel, and a young girl, perhaps their daughter. The joy radiating from their smiles felt almost tangible, yet a sense of foreboding loomed in the background. Beside it lay a letter, the writing familiar. It was addressed to Amelia, penned in Daniel's elegant script. "My dearest Amelia, I can't bear the thought of losing you. You mean everything to me. I know things have been difficult, but I promise I will protect you and our child at all costs. There are forces at play that you don't understand. Catherine is not who she seems. I will make things right. Just trust me." Mia's heart sank. Daniel's words dripped with desperation, hinting at a conflict that had spiraled beyond his control. She could sense the weight of his fear, the urgency in his plea. It was clear he had felt cornered by the situation. As she delved deeper into the trunk, Mia uncovered a series of journal entries, each more frantic than the last. They chronicled Daniel's growing paranoia as he tried to navigate the treacherous waters of his life, balancing the love he had for Amelia with the threats posed by Catherine. November 10th, 1923. "I feel her watching me, lurking in the shadows. Catherine is relentless. I've done everything I can to keep Amelia safe, but I fear I am losing control. She wants to take everything from us. Our home, our happiness, our daughter." The tone shifted in later entries, revealing Daniel's escalating despair. December 1st, 1923. "I can't keep this up. I've hidden the truth from Amelia, trying to protect her, but I fear I may have put us all in danger. Catherine has found a way to manipulate those around her, twisting their minds. I must confront her. I have no choice." Mia's breath quickened as she turned the pages. Each entry painted a clearer picture of a man overwhelmed by fear and betrayal. A man torn between the love for his family and the malignant force that threatened to consume them. In the final entry, the words were jagged and erratic. January 15th, 1924. "I've made a terrible mistake. I thought I could shield Amelia, but I've only placed her in more danger. Catherine has made her move. If anything happens to me, know that I loved you, Amelia. You and our daughter are my world. I'm so sorry." Mia's heart raced. Daniel's desperation had culminated in tragedy, but there was something more, something sinister that had not only destroyed his life, but had also ensnared Amelia's spirit. Suddenly, the temperature in the attic dropped sharply, and a whisper rippled through the air. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakably a voice calling out for help. Mia stood frozen, feeling a chill run down her spine. "Amelia," she called out, her voice barely a whisper. The whisper grew louder, almost frantic. "Help me." Mia's instincts kicked in. She had to find out what had happened in those final moments. She scanned the attic for any sign of a hidden passage or clue that could reveal what had taken place. As her flashlight beam swept across the room, it caught on a darkened corner where the wooden beams of the house met the ceiling. There, partially concealed by debris, was a small door, one that Mia had not noticed before. With newfound determination, she approached it, her heart pounding as she pulled it open. Inside, she found a narrow staircase leading down, shrouded in darkness. The air felt different, charged with an energy that both thrilled and terrified her. "Amelia, I'm coming," she shouted, descending the steps. The staircase spiraled down into an unknown abyss. With each step, the air thickened, the darkness closing in around her. At the bottom, she emerged into a dimly lit cellar, filled with shadows and the weight of history. Mia glanced around, her flashlight illuminating the walls, revealing strange symbols etched into the stone. The air felt heavy with despair, an oppressive weight that made her chest tight. And then she saw it, a figure at the far end of the cellar, shrouded in darkness. The faint outline of a woman, her hair cascading like a veil around her face, the glow of her presence illuminating the space. Mia felt a chill run through her as recognition washed over her. It was Amelia. "Help me," the spirit whispered, her voice echoing like a distant memory. "She took everything from me. I need you to stop her." Mia stepped forward, heart racing. "Amelia, what happened? What did Catherine do?" Amelia's form flickered, the shadows swirling around her as she tried to communicate. "She wanted the house. She wanted my life, my daughter. She betrayed me, and now she wants you to be her next victim." The weight of Amelia's words sank in. Catherine's spirit was still here, still fighting to maintain her hold on the farmhouse, perhaps even on Mia herself. Mia felt a surge of determination. "I won't let her win. I'll find a way to free you, to free your daughter. You deserve peace." As the last words left Mia's mouth, a deafening crash echoed from above, shaking the cellar and sending dust raining down. Mia's heart raced. Catherine was coming. Quickly. We must act now, Amelia urged, her presence becoming more intense. What do I need to do? Mia shouted, fighting against the rising tide of panic. Amelia pointed to a corner of the cellar where a small altar stood, covered in dirt and debris. There, it holds the remnants of my love. You must cleanse it, break the bond she has over this place. Only then can I be free. Without hesitation, Mia rushed to the altar, her hands trembling as she began to clear the clutter. As she brushed away the dirt, she uncovered a delicate porcelain figurine of a woman cradling a child, a symbol of love and family. Mia clutched the figurine tightly, feeling its warmth pulse through her fingers. She closed her eyes and concentrated, reaching deep into her heart, pouring all her intentions into the figure. Amelia, I'm here with you. I'm going to help you. We will end this. A roar erupted from the darkness, and Mia felt the energy shift, a surge of anger coursing through the room. The shadows twisted and writhed, and she could hear the fury of Catherine echoing around her. Stop, Mia cried out, her voice rising above the chaos. You don't have to do this. But the energy only grew stronger, and she could feel Catherine's wrath bearing down on her. The cellar vibrated with tension, and Mia could see the shadowy figure materializing before her, her eyes glowing with rage. You will not take what is mine, Catherine hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Mia stood firm, clutching the figurine. This isn't about ownership. This is about love. Amelia deserves to be free, to find peace. You're holding on to a past that no longer exists. Catherine let out a shriek, the sound echoing through the cellar like a banshee. The shadows lunged toward Mia, swirling and darkening the space around her. But Mia held her ground, channeling all her strength into the figurine, allowing the warmth to expand and fill the room. Amelia, she shouted, feeling the surge of energy rising from the figurine. I need you. Help me break this. In an instant, Amelia's spirit surged forward, merging with the energy emanating from the figurine. The room lit up, the shadows dissipating under the combined force of their will. Together, Amelia's voice rang clear and strong. Together, we will be free. The ground shook beneath them, and a blinding light erupted from the altar, engulfing the cellar. Mia felt the heat of the light wrapping around her like a protective cocoon. She closed her eyes, letting the warmth wash over her, feeling Amelia's presence guiding her. When the light finally faded, Mia opened her eyes to find the cellar transformed. The darkness had receded, replaced by a calm, ethereal glow. The symbols on the walls now shone brightly, casting a serene light throughout the space. And there, in front of her, stood Amelia, no longer a shadow of despair, but a radiant figure filled with peace. Thank you, Amelia whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. You've freed us both. Mia felt tears prick at her eyes. You deserve to be free, Amelia. You and your family. Amelia's form began to shimmer, the light around her growing stronger. Remember, love conquers all. Cherish it, hold it close. It's what makes us human. As Amelia's spirit began to fade, Mia felt a sense of calm wash over her. The darkness that had enveloped the farmhouse was lifting, leaving behind a sense of serenity. Mia smiled, a weight lifting from her heart. I will remember, I promise. And just like that, Amelia was gone, leaving behind a warmth that filled the air. Mia stood in the transformed cellar, her heart swelling with hope. As she made her way back up the stairs, the farmhouse felt different, lighter, as if it had finally exhaled after years of holding its breath. She stepped out into the sunlight, knowing that the shadows of the past had been laid to rest. The air felt fresh, filled with the promise of a new beginning. Mia knew that she had not only uncovered a haunting tale of love and betrayal, but had also become a part of that legacy, ensuring that Amelia's story would never be forgotten. The sun streamed through the windows of the farmhouse, illuminating the once shadowed corners that had harbored sorrow and despair for so long. Mia stepped outside, the air filled with the scent of wildflowers and the distant sound of birds chirping, a stark contrast to the heavy silence that had reigned within. She felt lighter, unburdened, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Yet, the journey had left its mark. The memories of Amelia and the chilling presence of Catherine still echoed in her mind, reminders of the fragile boundary between love and vengeance. Mia had faced the darkness and emerged, but she knew the story didn't end here. The farmhouse, now free from its haunted past, could become a sanctuary, a place for healing. With determination, Mia decided it was time to honor Amelia and Daniel, to ensure their legacy would endure in a positive light. She returned to the attic, drawn to the trunk that had revealed so much about the family. As she rummaged through the items, she found Amelia's journal, filled with dreams and aspirations for her daughter. The entries reflected a love that transcended time, a mother's hopes that had been stifled by fear. Mia took a deep breath, her heart aching for the life that could have been. Inspired, she envisioned turning the farmhouse into a community space, a center for families to gather, to share stories, and to heal. A place where love and connection would flourish, drowning out the shadows that had once threatened to engulf them. That afternoon, Mia began her project, starting with cleaning up the property. She enlisted the help of local volunteers, sharing the story of the farmhouse, its history, and the legacy of the family who had once lived there. As they worked, she could feel the energy of the place shifting, transforming from a haunted relic into a vibrant gathering spot. Over the weeks, the farmhouse blossomed with life. Children's laughter echoed through the halls, filling the spaces that had once felt so empty. Mia organized storytelling nights, inviting locals to share their tales, both lighthearted and somber. With each gathering, the farmhouse became a beacon of hope, a symbol of resilience and community. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the yard, Mia sat on the porch, reflecting on the journey she had taken. She felt a presence beside her, and when she turned, she gasped. It was Amelia, her spirit glowing softly in the fading light. "Thank you," Amelia whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You've given my family a second chance." Mia's heart swelled with joy. "It's all thanks to you, Amelia. You showed me the power of love and the importance of remembering our past." Amelia smiled, her ethereal form shimmering like sunlight on water. "The bonds of love are never truly broken. I am at peace now, and so is Daniel. Our story will live on through you." Tears filled Mia's eyes as she felt the warmth of Amelia's presence wrap around her. "I promise to honor your memory and keep your story alive. This place will always be a sanctuary for love." With a nod of understanding, Amelia began to fade, but not without leaving a final gift. "Remember, Mia, love is a force that transcends time. Use it wisely, and it will guide you always." As Amelia's spirit dissipated, Mia felt a profound sense of closure. She had not only uncovered the truth behind the haunting, but had also forged a new path for the future. The farmhouse, once a symbol of despair, now stood as a testament to resilience, love, and the strength of community. In the months that followed, Mia continued to nurture the farmhouse, transforming it into a beloved local hub. Events flourished, drawing people from near and far. With each story shared, the shadows of the past receded further, replaced by the warmth of human connection. As she stood on the porch one evening, watching families gather for a storytelling night, Mia felt a deep sense of gratitude. The echoes of the past had been replaced with laughter and love, and she knew that Amelia and Daniel's legacy would live on forever. And so, the tale of the farmhouse continued, woven into the fabric of the community, a reminder that even in the darkest times, love could light the way. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The air was thick with anticipation as Sophie approached the iron gates of the old cemetery, their rusted bars looming ominously against the backdrop of the twilight sky. Legends whispered through the town of Eldridge about the cemetery, tales of restless spirits and hidden secrets lying beyond those gates. The townsfolk often avoided the place after dark, citing the eerie atmosphere and the strange sounds that echoed from within. Yet, Sophie felt an irresistible pull, a need to uncover the truth behind the legends. Sophie had always been drawn to the mysteries that others feared, With her notebook in hand and a camera slung over her shoulder, she stepped closer, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The cemetery, overgrown with wild grass and shadowed by ancient trees, felt alive with history. The gnarled branches whispered secrets as they swayed in the breeze, and the wind seemed to carry faint murmurs, as if the past was trying to communicate with her. As she pushed open the creaky gates, a chill ran down her spine. The sound echoed ominously, reverberating through the silence. The gates swung wide, revealing rows of tombstones, each one a silent witness to the stories of those who had come before. Some gravestones were worn and crumbling, while others stood tall, engraved with names that had faded over the years. Sophie took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and decay filling her lungs. With cautious steps, she ventured deeper into the cemetery, the evening shadows stretching around her like fingers. It was then she noticed a peculiar stone, larger and more ornate than the others, partially obscured by weeds. The inscription read, "Here lies Samuel Grayson, keeper of secrets." Intrigued, Sophie knelt to examine it, brushing away the debris. The name struck a chord. She had heard of Samuel Grayson, the reclusive caretaker of the cemetery who had vanished under mysterious circumstances decades ago. The tales of his disappearance had haunted the town, and Sophie couldn't help but wonder if this grave held the key to the secrets surrounding the cemetery. She took out her camera, capturing the moment, the flash illuminating the darkening surroundings. As she studied the gravestone, she felt a strange sensation wash over her, a tingling awareness that she wasn't alone. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the cemetery, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down her spine. Sophie looked around, heart pounding, but the cemetery remained still, its shadows deepening as the sun dipped below the horizon. She shook off the unease and continued her exploration, driven by an insatiable curiosity. As she wandered further, she stumbled upon a narrow path leading to an overgrown section of the cemetery. The air grew heavier here, charged with a sense of foreboding. Each step felt like a descent into the unknown, yet Sophie pressed on, determined to unravel the mystery. The path opened into a clearing, where a dilapidated mausoleum stood, its once grand facade crumbling. The door hung ajar, revealing darkness within. Sophie's heart raced as she approached, her instincts warning her to turn back. Yet the lure of discovery propelled her forward. She pushed the door, which creaked ominously, and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, dust motes dancing in the faint light filtering through cracks in the stone. Cobwebs hung like curtains, and the air felt thick with the weight of history. Sophie's gaze fell upon a large sarcophagus at the center of the room, intricately carved with symbols she didn't recognize. As she stepped closer, she felt an overwhelming sense of energy pulsating from the stone. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside, startling her. She turned, peering through the entrance, but saw only shadows shifting in the twilight. The atmosphere grew tense, and Sophie felt an inexplicable urge to uncover the sarcophagus's secrets. The symbols seemed to call to her, whispering of lost stories and hidden truths. She reached out to touch the stone, fingers brushing over the carvings. In that moment, a vision flooded her mind, images of a man in old-fashioned clothing, desperately searching for something. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving her breathless and bewildered. Sophie stepped back, her heart racing. What had she just experienced? Was it a memory, a ghostly echo of the past? She needed to know more. Gathering her thoughts, she pulled out her notebook, jotting down everything she had seen. The symbols on the sarcophagus, the man's frantic search. These fragments could lead her to the truth behind Samuel Grayson's disappearance. Determined to piece together the puzzle, Sophie made her way back through the cemetery, her mind racing with questions. Who was the man in her vision? What was he searching for? And how did it connect to the cemetery and its secrets? As she exited through the gates, the chilling wind picked up again, wrapping around her like an unseen hand. Sophie glanced back at the cemetery, its shadows now appearing more sinister than before. The weight of the mystery hung heavy in the air, and she knew this was only the beginning. The gates held secrets waiting to be uncovered, and she was determined to reveal the haunting truth behind the haunted cemetery. The following day, Sophie awoke with renewed determination, her mind buzzing with the remnants of her experience in the cemetery. The sun filtered through her bedroom window, illuminating her notes scattered across the desk. She pored over the details, trying to decipher the cryptic symbols she had seen on the sarcophagus. Each line and curve felt like a whisper from the past, urging her to dig deeper. She decided to visit the local library, a quaint building filled with the scent of old books and secrets waiting to be unearthed. The librarian, Mrs. Hawthorne, greeted her with a warm smile, clearly familiar with Sophie's penchant for adventure. "Back for more mysteries, are we?" she teased. Sophie chuckled, her excitement bubbling to the surface. "I'm looking for anything related to Samuel Grayson or the history of the cemetery. I think I might be onto something." Mrs. Hawthorne's eyes sparkled with interest. "Ah, the Grayson family has quite a history in Eldridge. I might have some old records in the archives." She led Sophie to a secluded section of the library, where dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight streaming through the windows. Sophie sifted through the yellowed pages of newspaper clippings and town records, uncovering stories that painted a vivid picture of the Grayson family. Samuel had been a dedicated caretaker, known for his deep love of the cemetery and the stories of those buried within. Yet, there were darker whispers, rumors of a hidden treasure that had driven people to madness and ultimately led to Samuel's disappearance. As she delved deeper, one article caught her eye: mysterious disappearances linked to Eldridge Cemetery. The piece spoke of several locals who had vanished over the years, always near the cemetery, always surrounded by tales of haunted spirits and hidden treasures. Sophie's heart raced. Was there a connection between these disappearances and Samuel's fate? After hours of research, she collected a stack of articles and hurried home, eager to piece everything together. Her mind was racing with possibilities. If the cemetery was a nexus of lost souls and secrets, perhaps uncovering the truth could not only solve the mystery of Samuel Grayson, but also reveal the stories of those who had vanished. Later that evening, armed with her findings and a flashlight, Sophie returned to the cemetery, the weight of the day's revelations still fresh in her mind. The air was cool, and the shadows seemed to dance along the gravestones as she made her way back to the mausoleum. The dim light cast eerie shapes on the walls, intensifying her sense of anticipation. As she stepped inside, the atmosphere felt charged, almost electric. She approached the sarcophagus again, determined to study the symbols in greater detail. The carvings were intricate, and as she traced her fingers along the surface, she felt the same pulse of energy she had experienced before. The room felt alive, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for her to unlock its secrets. Sophie took a deep breath and pulled out her notebook, sketching the symbols as accurately as she could. As she concentrated, the faint whispers from the shadows grew louder, coalescing into coherent words. "Find the key, find the truth." Heart pounding, she looked around, half expecting to see a ghostly figure emerging from the darkness. But the mausoleum remained silent. Determined to heed the warning, Sophie began searching the room for any hidden clues that might lead her closer to understanding the symbols. Her fingers brushed against the cold stone walls, feeling for any irregularities. It was then that she noticed a small indentation behind the sarcophagus. Pushing aside her fear, she pressed her palm against it, and to her surprise, a low rumble echoed through the chamber. The floor shifted slightly, and a hidden compartment slid open, revealing an ornate key, its surface glinting in the faint light. Sophie's breath caught in her throat as she picked up the key, its weight reassuring in her hand. What door would it unlock? The thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. Was this the key to uncovering Samuel Grayson's secret? With newfound determination, she made her way back through the cemetery, the key clutched tightly in her palm. The chilling wind howled around her, but she felt an invigorating sense of purpose. As she reached the gates, she paused to glance back at the mausoleum, the shadows shifting as if bidding her farewell. Sophie had a plan. She needed to uncover the history of the cemetery, the hidden treasures that had entangled the lives of so many in its web of darkness. Armed with the key, she decided to seek out any hidden places within the cemetery where it might fit. Perhaps there was a hidden door, a treasure, or a grave that held the final piece of this haunting puzzle. As night fell, she felt the weight of the town's history pressing down on her, intertwining with her own journey. The mystery of the haunted cemetery gates was only beginning to unravel, and Sophie was determined to illuminate the shadows that had shrouded Eldridge for far too long. The next day dawned with a heavy mist hanging over Eldridge, cloaking the town in a shroud of mystery. Sophie felt invigorated by the cool air as she set off toward the cemetery once more, the key tucked securely in her pocket. The weight of it felt like a promise, a whisper of hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. She had spent the night dreaming of the secrets the cemetery might hold, and today she was ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Upon entering the cemetery, the atmosphere was different, charged with anticipation and an almost palpable energy. She made her way back to the mausoleum, her heart racing as she clutched the key tightly. It felt as if the cemetery itself was guiding her, leading her toward a destination that had long remained obscured. As she arrived at the mausoleum, the air thickened, heavy with the weight of untold stories. Sophie approached the sarcophagus again, glancing around to ensure she was alone. The shadows cast by the flickering flashlight danced on the walls, creating an unsettling ambience. She felt a compulsion to explore deeper, to confront whatever truths awaited her. Remembering the cryptic symbols, she knelt beside the sarcophagus, examining the hidden compartment once more. The key seemed to resonate with a low hum, vibrating in her palm as she approached the ornate carvings. She ran her fingers over the surface, searching for a lock or mechanism that might correspond with the key. As she explored, she noticed a faint outline on the wall behind the sarcophagus. A door, cleverly concealed but slightly ajar. Heart pounding, Sophie inserted the key into the small lock embedded in the frame. With a gentle turn, she felt a satisfying click. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow, dark passageway that spiraled down into the depths of the earth. Taking a deep breath, Sophie stepped inside, the air growing colder as she descended. The walls were damp and rough, illuminated only by the beam of her flashlight. Each step echoed ominously in the confined space, and the weight of history felt oppressive. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking into a place long forgotten, a sanctuary of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The passage twisted and turned, leading her deeper underground. The sound of dripping water echoed around her, mingling with her own heartbeat. Finally, the corridor opened into a small chamber, dimly lit by a single flickering light bulb. The room was filled with dusty artifacts, old books, photographs, and forgotten belongings. A chill ran through her as she stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. In the center of the room stood a large wooden table covered in yellowed papers and sketches. Sophie approached cautiously, her curiosity piqued. As she examined the documents, she realized they were meticulously detailed records of the cemetery and its inhabitants. Some pages were filled with sketches of the gravestones, while others contained names and dates, some of which were familiar to her. One particular page caught her eye. It bore Samuel Grayson's name, along with an ominous notation: "The keeper of secrets must remain hidden." The word sent a shiver down her spine. What secrets had he kept, and why was it so important that they remained concealed? Sophie rifled through the papers, her hands trembling with excitement. Among the documents, she found a diary, its pages fragile and worn. As she opened it, the familiar scent of aged paper wafted up, and she began to read. The diary chronicled Samuel's life, detailing his love for the cemetery and the stories of those buried within. Yet, there was a darker side to the entries, a growing paranoia about someone or something that threatened to expose the truths he had guarded for so long. "Every night, I hear whispers," one entry read. "They come from the shadows, demanding I reveal what I know. But some things are better left buried. The lost souls cannot rest until their secrets are known, and I fear I am the only barrier between them and the world." Sophie's heart raced as she absorbed the gravity of his words. Who were these lost souls? What had happened to Samuel Grayson? Her mind spun with questions, each one unraveling more threads of the mystery. It was evident that the cemetery held more than just the remains of the deceased. It was a repository of secrets that connected the living and the dead. As she continued reading, she stumbled upon a passage that detailed a hidden treasure buried within the cemetery, a treasure that was said to hold the key to understanding the souls trapped there. The very idea sent adrenaline coursing through her veins. What if this treasure could reveal the truth behind the disappearances and Samuel's fate? Determined to find it, Sophie gathered the diary and the notes, stuffing them into her backpack. She would need all the information she could gather to unravel the web of mystery that surrounded her. Before leaving, she took a moment to glance around the chamber, her flashlight illuminating the dust motes swirling in the air. The room felt alive, charged with energy, as if the walls were urging her to continue her quest. With her heart pounding and the weight of the diary pressing against her back, Sophie retraced her steps through the passageway, emerging into the cool night air. She stood for a moment, gathering her thoughts. The cemetery had revealed its secrets, but there was still so much to uncover. As she walked back through the graveyard, Sophie couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Shadows danced among the gravestones, and she glanced over her shoulder more than once, but saw only the flickering light of her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The legend spoke of spirits who wandered the cemetery, and she couldn't help but wonder if they were now aware of her presence. Sophie knew she had to act quickly. She had uncovered pieces of the puzzle, but she needed to delve deeper into the history of the cemetery and its inhabitants. The lost souls were waiting, and with the treasure in mind, she was determined to uncover the truth behind the haunted cemetery gates, no matter the cost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the cemetery, Sophie felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The secret she had unearthed demanded resolution. With the diary clutched tightly in her hands, she made her way home, her mind racing with thoughts of the hidden treasure and the lost soul's yearning for liberation. That night, Sophie spread her findings across her bedroom floor: notes, sketches, and Samuel Grayson's diary, each artifact a piece of the larger puzzle. She pored over the entries again, searching for clues that could lead her to the treasure. The diary spoke of an ancient ritual, one that promised to unveil the truth of the cemetery's darkest secrets, but it was incomplete, the final pages missing. Frustrated but undeterred, she decided to return to the library the following day. Mrs. Hawthorne had mentioned a collection of Old Town records and histories that might contain more information about the cemetery's founding and the Grayson family. Perhaps the missing pieces were hidden within those pages. The next morning, Sophie felt an undeniable pull to the library, her excitement palpable as she entered the familiar building. The scent of old paper greeted her, enveloping her like a warm embrace. Mrs. Hawthorne was already at her post, her eyes lighting up when she saw Sophie. "Back for more secrets?" she asked with a knowing smile. "Definitely," Sophie replied, determination lacing her voice. "I need to find everything you have on Eldridge Cemetery and the Grayson family. I think I'm onto something big." Mrs. Hawthorne nodded, leading Sophie to a section filled with town histories and genealogies. "Here's what I have. You might also find something in the old archives in the basement. Just be careful. It's a bit of a maze down there." Sophie thanked her and set to work, sifting through the dusty tomes and meticulously taking notes. The stories unfolded before her, revealing a tapestry of lives intertwined with the cemetery's fate. She learned of Samuel's parents, who had also been caretakers, and the tragic events that led to their untimely deaths, mysterious circumstances that left young Samuel to bear the weight of their legacy. After hours of research, Sophie finally stumbled upon a reference to an ancient map, rumored to detail the locations of hidden treasures throughout Eldridge. Her heart raced. If she could locate the map, it might guide her to the treasure mentioned in Samuel's diary. "Mrs. Hawthorne," Sophie called, her voice echoing through the aisles. "Do you know anything about a treasure map related to Eldridge?" Mrs. Hawthorne paused, a thoughtful look crossing her face. "There are whispers of such a map, though it's often dismissed as legend. There's an old book in the archives that might have more information. Let me fetch it for you." As the librarian disappeared into the depths of the basement, Sophie's excitement grew. She rifled through her notes, piecing together the clues she had uncovered. The map could hold the key to everything: the treasure, the souls, and perhaps even Samuel's disappearance. When Mrs. Hawthorne returned, she carried a large, leather-bound book, its cover cracked with age. "This is one of the oldest records we have," she said, placing it gently on the table. "It contains legends and folklore about Eldridge and its surroundings." Sophie opened the book, her heart racing as she scanned the pages filled with stories of lost treasures, haunted places, and cursed souls. Finally, she found a section that spoke of the map, an ancient relic hidden within the cemetery, safeguarded by the spirits that roamed its grounds. The map is said to lead to the resting place of a powerful artifact, one that can uncover the truth of those lost to the darkness. She read aloud, her voice trembling with anticipation. To find it, one must perform a ritual at the cemetery's heart under the light of the full moon. Sophie's heart raced as she realized the full moon was just a few days away. She would need to gather her courage and prepare for the ritual, whatever it entailed. The thought of facing whatever spirits awaited her sent a shiver down her spine, but she knew she couldn't turn back now. With the diary, the new book, and her growing resolve, Sophie returned home, planning her next steps. She spent the following days researching rituals, gathering supplies, and honing her knowledge of the cemetery's history. Each piece of information solidified her belief that she was on the cusp of a monumental discovery. As the full moon approached, the atmosphere in Eldridge changed. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, as if time itself was holding its breath. On the night of the ritual, Sophie dressed in dark clothes, her backpack filled with candles, offerings, and the diary, which had become her talisman. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, she made her way to the cemetery. The moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow over the gravestones, illuminating the path before her. Each step felt deliberate, purposeful, as she approached the mausoleum once more. Inside, the air felt electric, charged with anticipation. Sophie arranged her candles in a circle around the sarcophagus and placed the offerings, a bouquet of fresh flowers and a small token for the spirits. With the moonlight streaming through the cracks, she began to read from Samuel's diary, invoking the spirits with her words. As she recited the ancient phrases, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows deepened, swirling around her, as if the very essence of the cemetery was awakening. The air grew colder, and Sophie felt a presence gathering around her, a chorus of whispers echoing in her ears. "Reveal the truth, set us free." In that moment, the shadows coalesced into shapes, forming ghostly figures that hovered just beyond the candlelight. Sophie's heart raced, a mix of fear and determination surging within her. She stood firm, focusing on her purpose. She was there to uncover the truth and release the souls trapped within the cemetery. As the last words left her lips, the ground trembled slightly, and a blinding light erupted from the center of the sarcophagus. The figures swirled around her, their whispers growing louder until they became a cacophony of voices. "Find the key, find the treasure, save us." Sophie shielded her eyes from the brilliance, her mind racing with understanding. The treasure was not merely material. It was the truth itself, a truth that could set the lost souls free. With newfound clarity, she knew she had to confront the darkness that had ensnared Samuel and those who had vanished over the years. As the light dimmed, she caught a glimpse of an ancient map materializing in the air, its edges glowing with a soft, golden hue. The map unfurled, revealing a pathway through the cemetery, guiding her toward the location of the hidden treasure. With a surge of determination, Sophie stepped forward, ready to follow the map into the heart of the cemetery's secrets. The shadows danced around her, whispering encouragement as she embraced her fate. The journey was far from over, and Sophie was prepared to face whatever horrors lay ahead in her quest for truth and redemption. Sophie stood at the edge of the cemetery's heart, the glowing map suspended in the air before her like a beckoning spirit. The whispers of the lost souls echoed in her mind, urging her to move forward. With the map guiding her, she felt an unshakable determination coursing through her veins. This was the moment she had been preparing for. The time had come to uncover the truth behind the haunted cemetery and the mysteries that bound it. The path on the map twisted through the rows of gravestones, and Sophie followed it with purpose. Each step felt deliberate, as if she were walking through a realm where time held no power, only echoes of the past. The air around her was thick with tension, and the shadows seemed to pulse with life, leading her deeper into the cemetery's embrace. As she walked, the atmosphere shifted. The moon, now at its zenith, bathed the cemetery in silvery light, illuminating the path ahead. Sophie reached a clearing, where the earth was marked by an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots twisting like fingers reaching into the ground. The map indicated that this was the location she sought, the resting place of the hidden treasure. She knelt beside the tree, her heart pounding as she examined the area. The ground felt cool and damp beneath her fingers, and she could sense that something significant lay buried here. Sophie recalled Samuel's diary, which spoke of a chest hidden beneath the tree, a vessel for the secrets he had vowed to protect. Taking a deep breath, she began to dig, her hands working feverishly in the soft earth. As she unearthed the soil, her heart raced with each handful that fell away. Memories of the spirits she had encountered flickered through her mind, their longing, their pain. This was not just about uncovering a treasure. It was about giving them a voice, a chance at peace. After several minutes of digging, her fingers brushed against something hard and cool. She felt a rush of adrenaline as she cleared away the last remnants of dirt, revealing an ornate wooden chest, intricately carved with symbols she recognized from the cemetery. With trembling hands, she unlatched the chest, the sound echoing through the silent night. Inside, she found a collection of items, old photographs, letters, and small trinkets belonging to those who had once been buried in the cemetery. Each piece told a story, weaving a tapestry of lives lost, but not forgotten. Sophie felt a deep connection to these souls, a sense of responsibility to honor their memories. At the bottom of the chest, she discovered a scroll, aged and delicate. It crackled as she unfurled it. The scroll contained the final entry of Samuel Grayson, a plea for help from beyond the grave. He had written of the burden he carried, of the secrets that tormented him, and his desire for someone brave enough to uncover the truth. By unveiling these treasures, may the lost souls find rest. The key to my heart lies within these walls. Protect it, and you will set us all free. The scroll read. Tears pricked at Sophie's eyes as she processed his words. Samuel hadn't just been a keeper of secrets. He had been a protector, shielding the souls from an even greater darkness that sought to consume them. She realized then that her quest wasn't merely to uncover hidden artifacts. It was to understand the connections between the living and the dead, to bridge the gap that separated them. Suddenly, the air around her shifted once more, a gust of wind sweeping through the clearing. The whispers intensified, swirling around her, their tones more urgent. Reveal the truth, set us free. Sophie clutched the scroll tightly, understanding that she needed to return to the mausoleum to complete the ritual. The treasure she had uncovered wasn't just for her. It was a means to fulfill Samuel's last wish. The spirits were counting on her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of purpose as she made her way back. Arriving at the mausoleum, Sophie placed the chest and the scroll on the altar, the candles flickering in response to her presence. She could feel the spirits gathering once more, their energy palpable in the air. She took a deep breath and began to read aloud from the scroll, invoking the memories of those who had once walked the earth, their stories echoing in the night. May these souls be heard, may their truths be known, and may they find peace in the light of understanding. As she spoke, the air shimmered with energy, and the shadows around her deepened, swirling with a sense of urgency. The candles burned brighter, illuminating the chamber with a warm glow. Sophie felt a connection to the spirits, as if they were drawing nearer, eager to witness the unveiling of their truths. The moment the last words left her lips, a blinding light erupted from the chest, filling the room with a golden hue. The air crackled with energy as the spirits materialized, their forms ethereal yet vivid. Sophie felt their presence envelop her, their whispers growing softer, more serene. One by one, the figures stepped forward, each spirit emerging from the shadows, revealing their identities. Samuel appeared at the forefront, his expression filled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you, Sophie," he he said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "You have given us a voice. Our stories will be told." The other spirits followed suit, their faces illuminated by the light. Sophie felt tears streaming down her cheeks, a mixture of joy and sorrow as she witnessed their transformation. Each spirit held a fragment of the past, their experiences woven together in a tapestry of love, loss, and redemption. As they stood before her, Sophie realized the power of their stories. The truth that had been buried for so long was now free to flow into the world. The cemetery was no longer a place of fear, but a sanctuary of memories, a testament to the lives that had come before. The light enveloped them all, and Sophie felt a profound sense of peace settle within her heart. The spirits began to fade, their forms becoming lighter and more transparent, their whispers a soothing melody. "We are free," Samuel said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Thank you for bringing us home." With one final flash of light, the spirits vanished, leaving Sophie alone in the mausoleum, the air still crackling with their energy. She knelt before the chest, now empty, but filled with the echoes of the past. The weight of the secrets had been lifted, and in their place remained a profound understanding of the bond between the living and the dead. As she emerged from the mausoleum, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver glow across the cemetery. Sophie felt a sense of closure wash over her. The secrets of Eldridge Cemetery had been revealed, and the souls had found their peace. She looked around at the gravestones, now vibrant with stories rather than shadows. In the days that followed, Sophie dedicated herself to honoring the spirits she had encountered. She shared their stories with the town, reviving their memories and ensuring that they would never be forgotten. The cemetery became a place of remembrance, where visitors came to learn about the lives that had once filled Eldridge with laughter and love. As for Sophie, she had discovered her own purpose in the process, a commitment to bridging the worlds of the living and the dead, ensuring that the lost souls would always be remembered. And in doing so, she found her own voice, a connection to the past that would guide her into the future. The cemetery was no longer just a collection of gravestones. It was a living testament to the power of stories, the strength of memory, and the indomitable spirit of those who had come before. The echoes of their laughter would forever resonate in the hearts of the living, a reminder that even in death, they were never truly lost. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The air was thick with the scent of dust and nostalgia as Lily pushed open the creaky door of the old toy shop. Sunlight streamed through the grimy windows, illuminating a treasure trove of forgotten playthings. The shop, nestled on a quiet street corner, had long been the subject of whispered tales and local legends. For years, it had been abandoned, but today, something compelled Lily to explore its hidden wonders. As she stepped inside, the sound of tinkling chimes greeted her, a stark contrast to the silence that enveloped the shop. Rows of shelves lined the walls, stacked with toys of all shapes and sizes. Rusty tin robots, wooden trains, and dolls with glassy eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Each corner of the store beckoned her to discover its secrets, and with each step, a chill ran down her spine. Lily had always been drawn to the strange and unusual, so the peculiar aura of the toy shop intrigued her. She had heard the rumors, stories of puppets that moved on their own, of a spirit that lingered among the toys. While some dismissed these tales as mere folklore, Lily believed there was something more to the stories, a truth waiting to be uncovered. As she wandered deeper into the shop, she found herself drawn to a shadowy corner where a set of marionettes hung limply from the ceiling. Each puppet was intricately crafted, with expressive faces frozen in a variety of emotions: joy, sadness, fear. But one marionette stood out among the rest, a girl with strikingly lifelike features, her glass eyes glimmering with a strange intensity. Lily's heart raced as she approached the marionette, captivated by its beauty. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and for a moment, she felt as though the puppet was watching her. She reached out to touch the delicate strings that suspended it, and as her fingers brushed against the wood, a jolt of energy coursed through her. Suddenly, the marionette jerked to life, its limbs moving with an unnatural grace. Lily stumbled back, her breath hitching in her throat. The puppet seemed to dance, spinning and twirling, its expression shifting from joy to sorrow in an instant. It was as if the marionette was reliving a forgotten memory, and Lily couldn't tear her eyes away. "Do you see them?" A voice whispered from the shadows, breaking the spell that had entranced her. Lily turned to find an elderly man standing at the edge of the aisle, his face weathered and lined with age. He wore a long, tattered coat that seemed out of place in the vibrant world of toys. "Who are you?" Lily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am Mr. Finch, the caretaker of this shop," he replied, stepping into the light. His eyes held a sadness that made Lily's heart ache. "These puppets, they hold the spirits of children who once played here. They are trapped between worlds, yearning to be free." Lily's mind raced as she processed his words. "Trapped? How?" Mr. Finch sighed, his gaze drifting to the marionettes. "Years ago, the shop was alive with laughter and joy. Children would come here to play, but a tragedy struck. An accident claimed the lives of many young souls, and their spirits became intertwined with these toys. They cannot move on until their stories are told." The marionette swayed gently, as if in agreement. Lily felt a strange pull toward the puppet, as if it were calling to her. "What can I do to help them?" she asked, determination filling her voice. "You must listen to their stories," Mr. Finch instructed. "Each puppet has a tale to tell, a piece of their life that binds them to this world. By understanding their past, you can set them free." With a newfound sense of purpose, Lily nodded. She approached the marionette again, feeling the weight of its gaze. "What is your name?" she asked softly. The marionette's lips moved ever so slightly, and a voice echoed in her mind. "I am Clara. I was once a girl full of dreams, but now I am lost." As Clara's story unfolded in Lily's mind, she felt a surge of emotions, a whirlwind of joy and heartbreak. Clara spoke of her favorite games, of laughter shared with friends, and the fateful day when everything changed. It was a tragic tale, one that resonated deeply with Lily. Lily listened intently, her heart aching for the lost girl. As Clara finished her story, a wave of relief washed over her, and Lily could sense a shift in the air. The marionette's expression softened, and for the first time, it felt as though the spirit within was at peace. "Thank you," Clara whispered, her voice a gentle breeze in Lily's mind. "You've freed me." With that, the marionette began to dissolve into shimmering light, the energy swirling around Lily before dissipating into the atmosphere. The once vibrant marionette hung lifelessly again, but a sense of tranquility filled the space. Lily turned back to Mr. Finch, her heart racing. "I need to help them all," she declared. "I can't leave them like this." Mr. Finch smiled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Then you must continue. There are many more stories to uncover, and each puppet awaits your listening ear." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the toy shop, Lily prepared herself for the journey ahead. She knew that the road would not be easy, but she felt a calling deep within her, a purpose that resonated with the spirits of the puppets. With each story she would uncover, she would draw closer to setting them all free, giving them the voice they so desperately needed. The haunted toy shop, once filled with despair, would become a sanctuary of stories, a place where the past could finally find peace. The shadows in the old toy shop seemed to pulse with life as Lily took a deep breath, steeling herself for the task ahead. With Clara's story still echoing in her mind, she turned her attention to the other marionettes hanging silently nearby. Each one held its own history, its own pain, and she felt an overwhelming urge to listen. Lily approached a puppet adorned in a vibrant jester costume, its painted face frozen in a perpetual grin. This marionette was larger than the others, its colors faded, but still striking against the dusty backdrop of the shop. As she reached out, she could sense a playful energy surrounding it. "What's your name?" Lily asked, her fingers brushing against the strings. At first, nothing happened. The puppet remained still, but then, slowly, the grin widened, and a voice filled her mind with a cheerful lilt. "I am Jinx, the jester of joy. I used to make the children laugh, spreading happiness wherever I went." Lily smiled, captivated by the spirit's lively essence. "What happened to you, Jinx?" "Oh, dear child, It was a grand day at the fair. Jinx's voice sang in her thoughts, bursting with enthusiasm. The sun was shining, and the laughter of children filled the air. I performed tricks and dances, delighting the crowd. But then, a storm rolled in unexpectedly, darkening the sky and scattering the fairgoers. As Jinx recounted the tale, Lily could envision the bustling fair, the joyful children captivated by the jester's antics. But the vibrant picture quickly turned grim. A bolt of lightning struck nearby, and chaos ensued. In the panic, I was forgotten, left behind in the storm. I watched the children flee, their laughter turning into screams as they disappeared into the shadows. The joy in Jinx's voice faltered, replaced by sorrow. I became trapped here, lost in the echoes of what once was. Without laughter, I cannot be free. Lily felt a deep sympathy for Jinx, recognizing the weight of the spirit's sorrow. How can I help you? Tell my story, Jinx implored, his vibrant energy swirling around Lily. Remind the world of the joy I once brought. I long to make them laugh again. Nodding resolutely, Lily began to form a plan. She could share Jinx's story, perhaps even create a small performance to honor his spirit. I promise to tell your story and to bring joy back to this place, she vowed. As she absorbed Jinx's memories, the air around them filled with warmth and light, and the puppet seemed to sparkle with renewed energy. Thank you, dear child, Jinx exclaimed, his joy slowly returning. You are a true friend. With Jinx's spirit uplifted, Lily knew she had the power to continue her quest. She made her way back to the center of the shop, ready to encounter the next marionette. This time, she approached a smaller puppet with a delicate porcelain face, its expression one of sorrow. Who are you? Lily asked softly. I am Alara, the marionette replied, her voice a haunting melody. I was once a quiet girl with a heart full of dreams, but now I am lost in shadows. What is your story? Lily urged gently, sensing the heaviness that surrounded Alara. Alara began to share her tale, recounting the loneliness she had felt as a child. She spoke of her dreams of adventure and travel, longing to escape the confines of her small village. I wanted to see the world, but I was always told I couldn't. I was too fragile, too timid. I never had the courage to leave. As Alara's voice unfolded, Lily could sense the spirit's yearning. One night, I made a wish upon the stars, begging for the strength to break free. I fell asleep, dreaming of distant lands and fantastical creatures. But I awoke to find myself trapped here, within this puppet. I've been bound to this shop ever since, unable to fulfill my dreams. Lily's heart ached for Alara, the spirit's dreams of adventure dashed. How can I help you find peace? She asked, determined to assist her. Help me find my courage, Alara whispered. Encourage others to chase their dreams, to not be afraid of the unknown. I long to feel the wind in my hair, the thrill of freedom. I promise to tell your story and inspire others to follow their hearts, Lily vowed, feeling the weight of Alara's sadness. The air around them shimmered, the marionette glowing with newfound hope. With each story Lily listened to, she felt a growing bond with the spirits, an understanding that transcended the boundaries of time and space. She moved to the next marionette, a puppet dressed as a soldier, its wooden face etched with determination. I am Valor, it declared, its voice firm and commanding. I was once a brave boy who dreamed of heroism and adventure, but my fate was sealed in a way I never anticipated. Valor shared his tale of bravery and loss, of the day he enlisted to protect his village. I faced the darkness and fought valiantly, but the cost was great. I fell in battle, and my spirit became ensnared in this form, longing for the valor I could never truly embody. Lily felt a swell of pride for Valor, recognizing the sacrifices made by countless souls. Your bravery deserves to be remembered, she assured him. I will tell your story of courage and sacrifice. As she listened to each marionette, each story wove a tapestry of memories, of lives lived and lost. With every spirit she helped, Lily felt the weight of their burdens lift. The shop was slowly transforming, filled with a warmth that had long been absent. Hours passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the toy shop, Lily felt a sense of purpose radiating from within. She was no longer just a curious girl exploring an abandoned store. She was a bridge between worlds, giving voice to the spirits trapped within their puppet forms. With Jinx, Ilera, Valor, and the others now by her side, she prepared for her next steps. She would honor their stories, remind the world of their joy, courage, and dreams. The old toy shop would once again resonate with laughter and love, becoming a place where memories could find peace. And as the final marionette, a small puppet dressed in a delicate fairy costume, caught her eye, Lily knew she had one more story to uncover before she could complete her mission. With determination, she approached the fairy, eager to listen and learn. The small fairy puppet hung delicately from its strings, glimmering in the fading light of the toy shop. Its wings were painted in iridescent hues, and its porcelain face bore a serene expression. Lily could sense a gentle energy radiating from the puppet, and she felt drawn to it. "What's your name?" she asked softly, feeling the weight of its quiet presence. "I am Faye," the puppet replied, her voice like a whispering breeze. "I was once a girl who believed in magic, who danced among the flowers and listened to the songs of the wind. But my belief faltered, and with it I lost my way." Lily leaned closer, her heart aching at Faye's words. "What happened to you?" Faye's expression shifted, a hint of sadness breaking through her calm demeanor. "I lived in a world filled with wonder, but as I grew older, I was told that magic was just a fantasy, a childish dream. I lost faith in the beauty around me and became trapped in the mundane." As Faye recounted her tale, Lily felt a connection to the fairy spirit. "I used to dance with the fireflies," Faye continued, her voice trembling. "But as I let go of my dreams, they faded away, and I became lost in the shadows. Now, I am just a puppet, a remnant of what once was." Lily's resolve deepened. "You deserve to believe in magic again," she said passionately. "I will share your story and remind others that magic exists in the world." "Thank you," Faye whispered, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Help others see the wonders around them, and perhaps I can be free." As she promised to tell Faye's story, Lily felt a surge of warmth enveloping her. The fairy's wings fluttered lightly, a shimmer of light surrounding them both. Lily closed her eyes, envisioning a world where dreams and magic intertwined, a place where children could dance with fireflies once more. With Faye's spirit now at peace, Lily knew she had completed the stories of the marionettes she had encountered so far. But her work was not done. She could feel the presence of more spirits lingering in the shadows, waiting for their tales to be told. Turning her attention back to the rest of the shop, she noticed a large cabinet at the far end, its glass doors fogged with age. A dim light flickered inside, casting eerie shapes against the wood. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the cabinet, heart racing with anticipation. As she drew closer, she realized it was filled with other puppets, their forms obscured by the mist. Each one looked different, their features varying dramatically from the marionettes she had encountered. The air felt charged with energy, as if the spirits inside were eager for release. "What are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "We are the Forgotten Ones," a low voice resonated from within the cabinet. "The ones whose stories were lost to time." With trembling hands, Lily opened the cabinet doors, and a rush of cold air enveloped her. Inside were puppets of all shapes and sizes. Some were grand and imposing, while others were delicate and fragile. They seemed to glow with a faint light, illuminating the dark corners of the shop. "Please listen to our stories," the voice continued. "We have waited long enough." Lily's heart raced. "I will," she promised, stepping into the cabinet's shadowy embrace. "Tell me everything." The first puppet to step forward was a tall figure cloaked in tattered robes, its eyes deep hollows of darkness. "I am Morwen, the Keeper of Secrets," it announced. "Once, I was a wise sage, but I fell into despair, burdened by the weight of the truths I carried." Morwen recounted tales of the village's hidden darkness, betrayals, lost loves, and the quiet suffering of those who had sought solace in the sage's counsel. "I became a prisoner of my own wisdom, unable to share what I knew. My spirit lingers here, longing to reveal the truth." Lily listened intently, her heart heavy with compassion. "Your truth deserves to be shared," she assured Morwen. "I will tell your story, and the world will know." As Morwen's spirit began to lighten, another puppet stepped forward, a graceful figure with delicate features, adorned in shimmering fabric. "I am Lyra, the songbird," she said, her voice a melodic hum. "Once, I filled the air with music, but I lost my voice in despair." Lyra's tale unfolded like a haunting melody. She spoke of the joy her songs once brought to children, of laughter and light that filled the air. "But when my home was torn apart by sadness, my music faded away, and I became trapped in silence." Lily felt tears prick her eyes as Lyra's sorrow washed over her. "You deserve to sing again," she whispered. "I will ensure your music fills the world once more." With each story, the atmosphere in the shop shifted, transforming from one of despair to a growing sense of hope. The forgotten puppets, once shrouded in darkness, began to glow with light, their spirits stirring with renewed energy. As Lily moved deeper into the cabinet, she could feel the weight of history around her. She listened to the stories of love lost, of dreams unfulfilled, and of friendships that had endured even in the darkest of times. Each tale resonated with her, forging connections between the spirits and the living world. Time slipped away as Lily became immersed in the stories of the forgotten. Each puppet she encountered shared a piece of their heart, a fragment of their lives. With every story told, she felt a part of her own soul healing, a reminder of the importance of sharing one's truth. Finally, as the last puppet shared its tale, a heavy silence filled the air. Lily took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the weight of their histories. "I promise to honor each of your stories," she vowed, feeling the energy of their spirits swell around her. "Together, we will bring light back to this shop." In that moment, a sense of unity enveloped them. The puppets began to shimmer, their forms glowing brightly as their spirits began to lift. With each word Lily had shared, they felt the bonds of their past loosening, their essence ready to break free. As the light enveloped her, Lily closed her eyes, feeling a warmth spread through her being. The puppets were rising, their spirits soaring into the heavens, free at last from their earthly bindings. She could hear their laughter, their music, and their joy resonating in the air, filling the shop with a vibrancy that had long been absent. When she finally opened her eyes, the cabinet was empty, but the air was thick with the remnants of their stories. The shop felt different now, alive with energy and purpose. The shadows had retreated, leaving behind a warm glow that illuminated every corner. Lily stepped back into the main area of the toy shop, her heart swelling with gratitude. The marionettes hung quietly, their expressions serene, their spirits now at peace. She had honored their stories, given them a voice, and in doing so, had woven a tapestry of connection that transcended time. With a sense of fulfillment, she turned toward the door, ready to share the magic of the old toy shop with the world. The tales of Jinx, Elara, Valor, Faye, Morwen, Lyra, and the other forgotten souls would be told, not as haunting memories, but as celebrations of life, laughter, and love. As she stepped outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the street. The toy shop behind her felt like a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest corners, stories could bring light and healing. With each step, Lily felt a renewed sense of purpose. She would carry the spirits of the puppets with her, sharing their tales, inspiring others to listen to the stories that lay beneath the surface. The old toy shop would no longer be a place of shadows. It would become a sanctuary of joy and remembrance, where magic could thrive once more. The air crackled with anticipation as Lily stood in front of the old toy shop, the memory of the liberated spirits still fresh in her mind. Each puppet had woven itself into her heart, leaving an indelible mark that whispered promises of hope and redemption. The sun set behind her, casting elongated shadows across the cobblestone street, but instead of feeling afraid, she felt empowered. She decided to share the stories she had gathered with the town, believing that their magic could touch lives beyond the shop's worn walls. The next day, she organized a gathering in the town square, where people of all ages came together to listen. Children, teens, adults, and even some elderly neighbors filled the benches, their faces lit with curiosity. "Thank you all for being here," Lily began, her voice steady yet brimming with excitement. "I want to share something extraordinary with you, stories that have been hidden away for far too long." She spoke of the old toy shop, its history, and the marionettes that had once lived in shadows. As she recounted Jinx's tale of longing for companionship and Alara's story of unbreakable friendship, she watched as the audience was drawn in. Eyes widened, breaths were held, and murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. "And there's more," she continued, feeling a rush of energy as she introduced Faye, the fairy puppet, and her wish to reignite belief in magic. "Faye once danced among the flowers, but she lost her way. She reminded me that we should never let go of our dreams." The crowd nodded, some clenching their hands as if holding on to their own forgotten dreams. Lily could see the flicker of inspiration sparking in their eyes. Next came Morwen, the keeper of secrets. "His story teaches us the importance of sharing the truths we carry," she explained. "We may feel burdened by our knowledge, but it can also set us free. The weight of secrets can become lighter when shared." As she spoke, whispers of recognition passed among the townspeople. Many had their own secrets, their own burdens, and the collective weight of them hung palpably in the air. It was a cathartic moment, a recognition of shared humanity. Lyra's story followed, her voice once lost in silence now resonating in the hearts of the listeners. "We all need to find our voice, to express who we are and what we feel," Lily said passionately. "Let's not allow despair to silence our songs." The crowd began to respond, soft hums and melodies rising from the audience as they remembered their own tunes, their own joys. Finally, Lily concluded with a heartfelt promise. "These puppets have taught me that even in the darkest times, we can bring light back into our lives. We can choose to believe in magic, in each other, and in ourselves." As she finished, applause erupted from the crowd, a chorus of appreciation and connection. Parents hugged their children a little tighter, friends exchanged glances of understanding, and some even wiped away tears, touched by the tales of redemption. In that moment, Lily felt a shift, not just within herself, but in the entire town. The old toy shop had become a catalyst for change, a place where stories could be shared and connections could be forged. She could sense the energy buzzing, a wave of transformation washing over the gathering. But there was more to do. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the square, Lily decided to lead the townspeople to the toy shop. They followed her, a growing procession of excited voices and laughter echoing through the streets. Inside the shop, Lily felt the presence of the spirits swirling around her, their energy still alive and vibrant. "This is where it all began," she said, turning to face the crowd. "Here, we can keep the magic alive." The townspeople began to explore the shop, their hands brushing against the shelves filled with forgotten toys and marionettes. Laughter erupted as children found playful treasures, and adults reminisced about their own childhoods, sparking stories of their own. Lily took a moment to breathe in the atmosphere of joy, grateful for the transformation happening around her. But as the night wore on, she felt an undercurrent of something darker lurking just beyond the edges of the joy, the remnants of the shadows that had once filled the shop. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting erratic shadows across the walls. A chill swept through the air, and the puppets on the walls seemed to twitch slightly. The atmosphere shifted, and Lily's heart raced as she turned to face the source of the disturbance. A murmur rose among the townspeople, eyes darting toward the back of the shop where the cabinet had been. The glass doors that once held the spirits were now standing ajar, a faint glow emanating from within. It felt like a portal, a thin veil between the world of the living and the spirits that lingered. "Stay close," Lily called out, her voice steady as she stepped forward. The crowd hesitated, but curiosity urged them forward. Together, they approached the cabinet, the glow intensifying as they neared. "Is this where the puppets live?" a little girl whispered, her wide eyes reflecting the light. "Yes," Lily replied softly, "but it's also where their stories come to life." As they gathered around the cabinet, the glow pulsated, and Lily felt an energy like a heartbeat thrumming through the air. She reached for the cabinet doors, pulling them open wider, and suddenly, a rush of air swept through the shop. A soft voice broke the silence. "We have come to thank you," it echoed, reverberating off the walls. Lily gasped as the marionettes emerged, floating gracefully above the crowd. Each one glowed with vibrant light, their forms shimmering like ethereal beings. "You have honored our stories, and in doing so, you have awakened our spirits." The townspeople gasped, eyes wide with wonder. Lily felt a wave of warmth wash over her, a sense of fulfillment and joy. "You are free now," she said, her heart swelling. "You can finally rest." As the puppets danced in the air, their laughter filled the shop, a beautiful melody that resonated with love and gratitude. The townspeople watched in awe, their hearts ignited by the magic unfolding before them. The marionettes began to swirl around the shop, leaving trails of light behind them. In their wake, they painted pictures of memories, children laughing, families sharing joy, and the vibrant life of the town. With each moment, the shadows that had once lingered in the corners began to dissolve, replaced by an atmosphere of hope and unity. The toy shop transformed into a sanctuary, a place where stories were cherished and dreams could flourish. As the last puppet twirled into the light, the air filled with a gentle whisper. "Thank you for believing in us," it said, its voice a soothing balm. "Together, you have reignited the magic that binds us all." With that, the puppets began to ascend, rising higher and higher until they vanished into the ceiling, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in their wake. The crowd erupted in applause, tears of joy flowing as they realized the depth of what they had witnessed. Lily stood at the center of it all, her heart brimming with love and purpose. The old toy shop was no longer just a place of forgotten memories. It was alive with magic and connection, a beacon of hope in a world that often forgot the importance of stories. As the night deepened, she turned to the townspeople, smiling. "Let's continue to share these stories, to keep the magic alive. Together, we can ensure that no one is forgotten and that dreams always have a place to thrive." And in that moment, as laughter and joy filled the air, Lily knew that the legacy of the puppets would live on, not just within the walls of the old toy shop, but in the hearts of everyone who had gathered to hear their tales. The spirit of storytelling had been reborn, and with it, the promise of endless possibilities awaited. The first rays of dawn filtered through the windows of the old toy shop, casting a warm glow over the space that had transformed so profoundly. Lily stood at the entrance, watching as townspeople began to arrive, their faces lit with excitement and curiosity. Word had spread about the magical night, and they came to hear the stories of the puppets, to connect with the spirit that had brought them together. As she opened the doors, a rush of laughter and chatter filled the air, mingling with the sweet scent of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods from a nearby stand. The community had embraced the idea of celebrating stories, and they had gathered to share their own. "Good morning, everyone," Lily called, her heart swelling with joy. "I'm so glad you're here. Today, we'll honor the tales of the puppets, and I encourage each of you to share your own stories as well." The townspeople nodded eagerly, a sense of camaraderie and excitement buzzing in the air. Children rushed to the toy displays, their eyes sparkling as they marveled at the marionettes and toys that had once been hidden in shadows. Lily took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. She knew this was just the beginning of a new chapter for the town, a chapter woven with the threads of connection, magic, and remembrance. She began by recounting the stories of the puppets once more, reminding the crowd of the lessons learned and the emotions felt during the previous night. Each tale resonated deeply, and the audience hung on her every word. As she shared the marionettes' histories, people began to stand up and share their own story. Tales of love, loss, and dreams that had shaped their lives. A middle-aged woman named Margaret spoke first, her voice shaking slightly. "When I was a child, I had a doll that I believed could talk to me. I would sit for hours in my room, sharing my secrets with her. She was my best friend." Her eyes glimmered with nostalgia. "When I outgrew her, I left her behind, but I've never forgotten the comfort she gave me." The crowd listened intently, nodding in understanding. Lily could see the emotion stirring in the audience, a connection forming through shared memories. Next, a young boy named Timmy stood up, his face bright with enthusiasm. "I have a story too. My grandpa used to tell me about a magical tree in the woods that could grant wishes. He said if you listen closely, you could hear it whispering at night." His excitement was infectious, and laughter rippled through the crowd. As the stories flowed, Lily felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Each narrative added another layer to the tapestry of the day, weaving their experiences together. The toy shop had become a sanctuary for memories, a place where joy and sorrow could coexist, where the community could bond over the simple act of sharing. When a shy teenager named Mia finally spoke up, her voice trembled but grew stronger with each word. "I've always felt different, like I didn't fit in. But when I came here and saw the puppets, I felt like they understood me. They've given me courage to express who I am." Her confession struck a chord with many, and Lily noticed several nodding, their own feelings reflected in Mia's words. The atmosphere was electric with vulnerability and strength. Stories of fear turned into tales of resilience, dreams turned into shared aspirations, and laughter intertwined with tears as the townspeople connected on a deeper level than ever before. Just as the gathering reached a crescendo of heartfelt confessions, the lights flickered again. A hush fell over the crowd as they glanced around, uncertainty creeping back into the joyous atmosphere. But Lily felt a sense of calm wash over her. The spirits of the puppets had not departed. They were still with them, perhaps even more present than before. "Don't worry," she assured the crowd, a smile breaking through her concern. "It's just the energy of the stories coming alive around us. The puppets are here listening, and they love what you're sharing." Encouraged, the townspeople resumed their storytelling, each contribution breathing life into the room. In that moment, the toy shop was a living entity, pulsating with emotion and connection. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lily felt a profound sense of gratitude. This wasn't just a celebration of puppets. It was a testament to the human spirit and the power of connection. They were all bound together by their shared experiences, their voices rising like a chorus of hope. And then, in the midst of it all, something remarkable happened. A soft melody began to play, echoing through the shop, a familiar tune that resonated in Lily's heart. It was the song of the marionettes, their dance of joy now transformed into a symphony of celebration. The townspeople stopped, captivated. They turned toward the back of the shop where the puppets had danced the night before, and to their astonishment, the marionettes began to sway gently, their strings illuminated by a radiant glow. The audience gasped in unison, their eyes wide with wonder. Lily stepped forward, her heart pounding with excitement. "They're celebrating with us," she exclaimed. "This is their way of thanking you for sharing your stories." As the melody filled the air, people began to clap along, the rhythm uniting them in a shared experience. Laughter erupted, and soon everyone was dancing, a joyous celebration breaking out among the shelves of toys. The marionettes continued their enchanting performance, floating gracefully in the air, twirling and spinning to the infectious beat. The shop transformed into a haven of light and joy, where worries faded and laughter reigned. For Lily, it was a moment of pure magic, a realization that stories have the power to heal, to connect, and to transform lives. As she joined in the dance, she felt the weight of her fears lifting, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging. In that joyous whirlwind, the townspeople discovered something profound. The old toy shop was not merely a place of forgotten toys, but a vibrant community space that bridged the gap between generations. Together, they had awakened the spirit of storytelling and created a legacy that would endure. The celebration continued long into the afternoon, with laughter echoing and stories shared. By the time the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the town, Lily knew that they had forged an unbreakable bond, a community forever tied together by the power of stories. As she looked around at the smiling faces, her heart swelled with pride. The old toy shop had become a beacon of hope, a place where dreams could flourish, and the marionettes had transformed into symbols of resilience and connection. As the festivities began to wind down, Lily felt a deep sense of satisfaction. They had not only honored the puppet stories, but they had also reclaimed their own narratives, embracing their fears, celebrating their dreams, and learning to connect with one another in profound ways. As the last of the guests departed, Lily stood at the door, watching the townspeople walk away, their hearts lightened, their spirits uplifted. She turned back toward the shop, the glow of the marionettes still illuminating the space, a reminder that magic thrives when stories are shared. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lily vowed to continue her mission, to keep the stories alive, to nurture the bonds that had formed in the warmth of the old toy shop. She knew there would always be new tales to tell, new spirits to honor, and more hearts to touch. The old toy shop, once a relic of forgotten memories, had become a thriving hub of connection, a place where the past intertwined with the present, where the stories of puppets and people danced together in harmony. And so, as the night fell, Lily embraced the magic that had been awakened within and around her, ready to lead the community into a future filled with hope, joy, and an unyielding belief in the power of storytelling. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.